Says I never call or hang around. Thinks I've got another girl in town. Should I throw it all away? Or should I stay another day? And she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile. Why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile?
I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
Left the hood, I said I would.
I
left the hood, I said I would.
Ain't coming back.
If they could, they probably should.
Oh yeah.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a team and bad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
And I've had better nights of sleep. In the dark, you're my only friend, the only one to truly depend on. And I finally feel free. I feel like
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm all righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or try us. I got much to do. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Hickory dark, back from the dead is a miracle, doc. They counted me out, moment of truth, counting it down. Underdog story was down for the count. Back on my feet, back with a mic, back on the beat, back with a family that bang in the streets. The game on lock, I stand with a key. Standing my ground, I am planning to flee. Standing my ground, I am planting my feet. Taking a stand, embracing my destiny, shaking his hand. Flipping the script, changing the plans. Off to the top and I'm taking the fans. Making them jump, making them dance, making them jump, making them dance. We bout to change the game, we out here taking names. Let our voices rise, let them reach the skies. We bout to change the game, we out here taking names. Let our voices rise, let them reach the skies. Hickory dock, giving them all that we got. Kicked on the door, tried to knock, but nobody answered. I'm going harder, taking my chances. I keep it moving, I keep advancing, keeping it gangster. Getting the perks and I'm happy to earn them. Mr. Ambitious, kill it, I'm vicious, Mr. Determined. Riding the storm, but focus on rainbow connections like Kermit. The water on my shoulders, it was a burden. Now I don't notice it, everything turning, everything shifting, doing it different. I'm floating, I'm drifting. Shout out the slums, round the world we uplifted, doing the big. We bout to change the game, we out here taking names. Let our voices rise, let them reach the skies. We bout to change the game, we out here taking names. Let our voices rise, let them reach the skies. We bout to change the game. We bout to change the game. Let's go. We bout to change the game, we out here taking names. Let our voices rise, let them reach the skies. We bout to change the game, we out here taking names. Let our voices rise, let them reach the skies. We bout to change the game. We bout to change the game. Let's go.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing on the
Put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry in the name of love. When you ride with me, don't gotta worry when tomorrow comes. I'll put you in the driver's seat. Don't gotta hurry, no, 'cause we stay in control in the name of love.
Insert amount of money. Insert amount of money, 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 of money. Insert amount of money.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, 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 more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, 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 more.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give me some more, 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 more.
Damn, look at that.
Welcome to the market. Seize the opportunity.
Market is the game changer.
Oh, let's go, people. It's another week. It's more PUBG, and more importantly, Dan Gibson's here. Welcome back, mate. How you been? Things are really good for me, but just refresh your... Say something again now, quickly.
Hello, testing. 1, 2,
Yeah,
1,
there he is. There he is. I got you.
Was
He was gone. I don't know why. Don't know why. Had a little blip, but he said he was good. Look, we're waiting for the lobby to get started. We've got a bit of time, guys. And obviously, I didn't want to push the timer back. But more importantly, if you don't know, this is the man for NA. He's got a massive presence in EU, so I don't want to write him off completely because he's a huge EU person as well. But you put a really good Reddit post out the other day, and we're talking a lot about the NA scene. I know you're doing some stuff around the EU scene. I'd like to sort of prize some questions into you and kind of get your thoughts. Maybe we're going to talk about NA in a second because I know you've got a really good hold in NA. But I kind of want to. We've got some super stacked lobby at the moment. We are waiting for Twi to update. We've had the new team obviously with Mad Balls being picked up, aka Woo transferring to them. They've solidified themselves. We've got massive teams like Question Mark, and all these teams can be fighting for fundamentally a couple of spots in the meter. What's your initial thoughts, though, coming into the 2024 season and this sort of EU bracket of teams that we've got?
Oh, this is great because I'm doing some research on this one to get a little post out. But I think going into 2024, the most all-rounded team in Europe right now is Twisted Minds. I think because of the changes to Navi, because GG are getting ready to go. I think as it stands, they're in the best position. I actually think Question Mark and I'll say Question Mark and I feel like FaZe are very close behind, though. There's very little between those three. But the thing that I think that's going to be very difficult in EU, Mark, is there's so much strength and depth right now. I think that EU is the toughest region to qualify from because of how many good teams there are, right? Yes, there's plenty of spots for Europe, but you look at the Big Four. In Europe, you could have 6, 7, 8, 9 teams that could very realistically qualify for every event. So I think this is going to be a very, very tough year for the region as a whole. Not to mention, you spoke about Mad Bulls. You could talk about Fellas. Yep. And Hoyle. These are all teams that are going to be competing for those very few slots.
And it is the few slots that are going to be difficult. We also got to bring into teams that are not in this evening, but like a team like Ascend as well. Another team that's up there for me that is a consistent heavy hitter. Always seem to be getting, especially in that 2023, they always get into that last part, that last segment. Yes, they couldn't deliver the winner chicken dinner over the line, but arguably that team's pretty solid. You mentioned FaZe. Obviously, we mentioned a couple of global partners. I think for me, FaZe, as much as Twisted Minds is an all-rounder, I think this is FaZe's year. Let's not underestimate Twisted Minds. We know how heavy hitters they can be. But just recently, FaZe have been putting down the numbers. Hey, FaZe, I was doing a bit of recording for the series that's coming out, and it was very apparent FaZe not playing a hyper-aggressive. They're playing a lot more of a controlled game. They're playing for the win, not just always the kills necessarily as well. But if we just take the global partners out of it, you mentioned there's a lot of teams fighting for not a lot of spots, and I think scrims are such a crucial part of that, though, right? This is why they get the opportunities now to test. For those that don't know why we're doing some scrims, but they get to test the game plans and the scenarios that they want to try and get themselves at a big stage.
Yeah, scrims are an acid test, so you can't ever take one scrim in isolation and say this is the lay of the land. But when you start looking at scrims consistently over a period of time, you can draw out a really good idea of who the best teams are and who the weaker ones are. Every once in a while, you'll have a night where teams try something a little bit different. You know, they'll play more aggressively than usual. They'll play more passive as they get ready for scenarios. But as a whole, if you watch scrims for a couple of weeks, you will know who the top teams in Europe are. And we spoke about several teams already, like Win or Die last week. At their best, can compete with every single team in Europe. But whenever things aren't going right, their floor is incredibly low. Like, I would look at them and, for example, Funny Business in the US or in NA or Yahoo as being very similar. You know, their ceiling is incredibly high, but they need to raise that floor a little bit. What I love about scrims is the fact, though, that you get to know and get to see the style of these individual players, because some teams will take more risks, which give you a better idea of which players are individually better.
Yeah.
And I think you agree with me, Mark. There's a lot of players outside of the big names in Europe right now who are playing above expectations, and one player on a day in lobbies like this can be the difference between qualification for an international event or not.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Especially in this especially in this region, I find. I'm not taking anything away from the other regions because they are all very strong, and I do feel like PUBG as a whole is leveling itself up. There are biased regions. Obviously, I work in EU, work in A. We're going to be slightly biased that way on that one, but. You're right. I was just thinking of last night. I was recording. The series actually going to be quite. The first episode is going to be about Formulation Gaming, guys. By the way, if you don't know, I don't think it's a hidden secret, but Clib and Fuzzface has signed for Formulation Gaming. So I got the opportunity to sit in their party yesterday. We recorded all their games, recorded all their comms, and we've got an interview with the guys. But as a comparison, actually, some of the stuff we're going to be talking about, and on the downside to them, they pushed an individual, a solo player, 3-on-1, and that one person was in the right place, had the right gun, and laid down the shots at the right time and put 3 of them in pretty quickly. So we're going to be talking a lot about that. Before we obviously dive into these games, I do want to talk about NA, because as I said, as much as you are loved, blessed, and you know so much about the EU market and the EMEA region as a whole, you do have a special fondness and like for NA, and actually you do have a depth of knowledge that I'm nowhere near. Now, LG obviously have dropped their roster. That came out the other day. Has that changed your thought at all? Where these 4 players are potentially going? Because they did allude that they might not have re-signed with LG, but they're looking maybe to go somewhere else. What I read into anyway.
The roster staying together. They actually elected not to sign with Luminosity, so it wasn't a case of Luminosity dropping the roster. Their contract came to an end, and they have elected not to be picked up by LG again. So that tells me that they have a better offer. So there's a team that have come in that have offered them a lot more. I know from the past that there was several very big orgs across the world coming up to Gamers 8 last year and coming up to PGC that were curious. You know, I'm not going to say which teams are what, but I know that, like, I'm not going to say which rosters were in talks, but I know the G2 were sniffing around again for a while. So
let's go, some old org. Let's go.
I have a feeling that it will be a pretty big org that picks up the Luminosity roster. I don't think it'll change anything on how they play. I think they're
a rebranding.
Yeah, exactly. It's a rebrand. They're experienced enough that they know that no matter which org they're representing, they've got to compete with SQ for the top spot inside of NA. Like, you and I spoke about it. LATAM made a big jump last year.
Huge.
It was the LATAM's best year in a long time. But we need to find out very soon whether that was a flash in the pan or whether they have genuinely found the way to compete inside of North America, because, again, North America is probably the most difficult region to qualify from because of how few spots there are. Sonics have 1 spot locked down. You have very few other positions to fight for. It's really difficult in North America right now, and I just feel like they deserved another GPT, or they deserved another spot, because you look at the performance of NA, you look at the performance of EU, both of those regions, based on how they performed last year, could have easily gotten an extra spot for international events.
And that's not taking anything away from the APAC, because I think both teams deserve those spots. I think I'm with you.
Best region in the world, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's so good.
consistent as well, which is a big thing which we always talk about, especially on stream side of things. I do think you're right. I would like to see more global partner teams offered, maybe next year. They can't do anything now for this year. I'd like to see this kind of trend grow slightly. Obviously, I still want to see grassroots. I still want to see the other events sort of working their way down, because it does make a slight change. Anyway, that's enough talking very high level. We'll talk more about that though as we go through this evening. What we got on this evening? Well, obviously we are with PLH, and we will be doing our best of 6. It is a scrim. Today's maps, though, we are going to be kicking things off with Miramar. We'll go to that wonderful Vikendi, Tego, and the Erangel. It's kind of that default setup that we're used to. And then if we look at the leaderboard side, just so everyone can have a quick look at the teams. And this obviously hasn't got any numbers in, and more importantly, hasn't got FaZe. FaZe just jumped in lastminute.com. So we do have additional teams in this evening, but we already mentioned super stacked. We didn't even mention GG. We touched on question mark. We touched on the fellas. Again, all arguably have a massive say in potentially what the 2024 season has to offer. But as I said, we are pretty much ready to go. It is going to be a best of 6 again, and it does mean we are going to kick things off, as I said, on that sandy shore. Miramar with that slower map, that slower start pace. I prefer it personally. It lets us get into the sort of swing of things before we move over to that sort of Vikendi, the Tego. I still can't decide, Gibson, which one I prefer from a madness point of view, from the viewership side of the thing, because I feel like one week I feel like we're settled on Tego, but the next week we end up a bit mad when it comes down to Vikendi. Then we'll close things off at the Wrangle, but look, as we check down on players, we pat them down, we make sure they're not sneaking anything in, because it is a scrim. I know these guys and girls would like to just to get a stab in. Anyway, it's game number 1. It's Miramar, it's PLH, and it's coming up.
It is Tuesday evening and it is PLH Scrims. Cannot wait to get stuck into the action with a flight path that takes us from 12 o'clock down to approximately 5, north to southeast, to get us underway, flying right through the heart of Los Leones. And again, flight paths like this, most players be pretty happy. All those primary drop spots will be available and ready for these teams to take. But the big thing is, Mark, what way do Navi and GG play again? Because again, GG seem to have taken all the old Navi drop spots, and this new roster need to forge their own path.
I think I was quite shocked with that, actually, first and foremost. And I think it was you that said that sometimes the drop spots are not about the org, they're actually about the players. And the players, I think, fought hard enough to take them and had them for long enough to kind of keep it. I think there's also this element that this Navi team plays really different. We don't see as heavy aggressive push off the bat. We see very early game, very wide split, and they like to farm information. I actually think that's a really good trait, and it seems to be working out for them. But what I really like, Gibson, is that they're able to switch on. They actually turn that switch on and go from negative to positive and be aggressive at the times they need to be aggressive as well. So we will continue and work things as it is. I've been told your sound's a little bit low. Just bumped up now.
Yeah, I bumped it up on my end as well. I bumped it up on my end too.
Wow, that's gone really loud on my end. So I'm going to turn you down again on my end.
I'll tell you what happened. I was recording some content earlier today, and because I use a Go XLR, for some reason, with the new headphones that I have, it makes the audio really loud in my ear. So I have to turn down my sliders and then bump up OBS, and that bounces it out. But then what happens is, because I joined your call with my volume slid low, I've just set it back up and I've deafened everybody at home. So
you just done my ears, mate.
I apologize. But yeah, look, I agree with everything you were saying about the Navi roster. I think the big thing to remember, Mark, is the fact that not only is that the case, but this roster's not going to get any respect from anybody because it's a whole 4 new players, so they're not going to get anything for free. It's not the orcs and impact in the lobby, it's the players that are involved. And this is a very young team, and the rest of the lobby are going to be like, you know what? This is essentially a new team. If you want to contest us for drop pot, you can, but you're not getting your way from the very first moment you could pick up that Navi name.
Interesting, that logo. That's living. Mad Balls sent me the logo over today, but it's not fully updated. So apologies. It says Primal in the corner. We'll get that sorted. So potentially after. For now, we mentioned Navi. They're on a little bit of a split here. Ferristoke taking a couple of individual shots. One thing I will say slightly different that I don't think people can get the quite mindset. As much as they are scrims, right? And as much as these teams, these pro teams will try and play them as tournament style as they can. So there's rules and regulations around what you can and can't do, especially working outside the zone to inside the zone. But there is always still that element that if you hear a single set of gunshots, do you push the compound? And obviously we saw Ferris popping some shots out there. We see teams driving by and they do tend to capitalize up on that and make a push. Something in me says that wouldn't happen come that wouldn't happen to me come tournament, but I could be wrong. I think this 2024 season is going to be a bit explosive anyway. And talk about explosion, looks like our Mad Balls, as I mentioned, the logo on the leaderboard is slightly different. We will get that sorted. They put the first point on the board.
Yeah, Nixie, Abby, and Quizzy, the last 3 alive now, as they lose one to the members of Howl as they look to contest this compound. Again, you spoke about the rules. Basically, the rules are set up in such a way where you're not allowed to be a troll, right? It's like, we want to practice this like an international tournament. So just because you're having a disappointing day, you can't mess up my day. But Molodoct will get the angle, and he will get that flush onto Ruin as well. And here's the thing, right? You look at Mad Dogs. I feel like last year they could have a lot of fun. Now that they're representing a pretty decent org, they need to play, you know, the pressure's back on them again. It's not necessarily playing for fun anymore. Yeah. Once you begin representing an org, they expect results.
Do you want to see something I learned? I think you're going to like this. Let's see if I can show you it somewhere really. I'll show you it here. Ready, watch this. So you know you've got GG. And then... Yep. Actually, that's not the best one. Let me show you one that's really horrible. Because you're going to appreciate this as a caster. Here we go. So we're looking at an individual, but we've got all these random names that appear on the map. I can now get rid of the names.
Oh, I've seen this. I've seen this before. I love it.
I didn't know how to do it. I had to ask the professionals, and I was like, "Can you please tell me what the commands are to do it?" And yeah, they let me know now. But yeah, so it's been one thing that really bugged me for a while, where we get a lot of people in the mix, and it's like just names everywhere. We can actually get rid of it now, which is really good.
Yeah, it builds suspense. You know, when you get into those 1v1 situations, and you can give us the exact idea that the players on the other side have. But look, I'm excited for this year. I think there's a lot more pressure on the players and teams, considering if you're not a GPT, it looks like, I know that it looks like one event qualifies you for 2 international lands. So if you perform well at the start of the year, you go to 2 lands, and you know what that means, Mark? You massively increase your odds at qualifying for PGC as well. So it puts even more pressure on these teams when it comes to PAS, PEC, and all the regional leagues.
Yeah, and the downside to it is if you don't qualify, you've got like a 4-month window where you're sitting there twiddling your thumbs. So the pressure is even more on. And again, I think this is why we see so much more high caliber of teams kicking off the year earlier, should I say. Sometimes we wouldn't see some of these teams not just in quite now, we maybe see that sort of end of February, March as we get into that 2023 season. This year, it feels different. It feels like, hey, do you know what? If we're not a global partner team, there's a lot on the line, and we want to be in it because you're right. The reward of doing it, though, you're getting for 2.
Yeah, man, it's... If you're one of the top teams in the region that aren't a GPT and you know that you're qualifying, it is a godsend. But if you're on that bubble, it's difficult. But speaking about the double, Molodoc could be on the bubble of going DBNO, and he does. That's a good angle from Duncan. He gets his 1 with the dirty big shotgun, as I like to call it.
Last day, isn't it, for them?
He's BMing him. Look, he's actually BMing. They're going to punch him out, get the kill. But that is not what you want to see if you're Quizzy. Your teammate inside Los Leones has just been wiped out by an Exalt player hiding in the corner. Good start for them, getting a point on the board. Bad start for Mad Dogs. They did get a kill earlier, but this is the problem with going into Los Leones when it's not your normal drop spot.
Well, it is theirs normally, right? But they left early. They left really
exactly.
early.
So they went back.
And they went back, and Exalt saw him leave, and they just capitalised on that. Art's sitting up at the top tower. I don't know if you just saw him there. He's sitting at the top. He's able to sort of work his way down and out from there. And again, he must have picked those guys coming back in. He must have been able to find out, hey, do you know what? I've seen the team come back in. Let's just sit and wait, guys. Maybe work things down, and then eventually we'll work on trying to pick up the other bits and pieces. Anyway, I can do this now. That should then bring out the right logo for you guys. And there we go. We try and fix things on the move now. It's just a scrim, so apologies, guys.
Yeah, and I see people joining in chat. They couldn't hear me a little earlier when we spoke about LG. So for clarification for everyone at home, the team did not renew their contracts with LG. So LG wanted to keep the roster. The players didn't want to stay with them. They've got a better offer elsewhere. So in case anyone was wondering, that's what's going on. Cannot wait to see who that is. But Mark, look at this. We're pretty early inside the phase, and only fellas are the one team that have not reached the circle yet. Look towards the south. Speak of pathing, it's completely vacant from Vorpal Swords south, which is not normal because you expect that teams would rotate through Valle del Mar, come in around Resort, Puerto Preso. But the way a lot of these teams have pathed in has led to a potential bottleneck towards the north of Los Leones whenever Phase 2 pops.
Yeah, I do like some of the position as well. Like we see the Sauna boys at the top. So if fellas do come down, they're going to be looking at sort of East Road. They've positioned themselves up. I think everyone's expecting it to pull back towards that north to northeast. We do know it can go multiple ways. We've seen a couple of crazy zones here as well. So a couple of teams are going to be lurking around the outside. I think it's going to be waiting for that Phase 1 pop. Interestingly, Vorpal Sword, though, they're teasing us with potentially wrapping down towards that south as they do scout their way forward. They will eventually figure out there's not too many people there, but then the longer they leave it, the opportunities for e-pickups and e-rotates will come into play.
And just to clarify, Mark, we are now living in a world, aren't we, where the snowstorm doesn't do damage on the esports servers, right? It wasn't just me imagining that. So yeah, if you're watching, you can go through the sandstorm, the snowstorm now and not take any damage, which, again, a lot of these players wanted that change to come in. They're very happy that it now has, because it's all, the storm's RNG, Mark. Like, it just pops up, and you can't do anything about it if it goes through the compound you're holding. So getting rid of the damage it does is a big win for the players.
Yes, that's again an argument of why. So we're on the live server, just to let everyone know. So last day, obviously, for update for this one, we go back to the no shotguns tomorrow. As the update came out. If you haven't already, obviously the PUBG Twitter's on there. I've retweeted on mine as well. Go check the patch notes. Actually, arguably, one of the best patch notes I've read for a while. I kind of went, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Would have liked a little bit more when it comes down to Destin. But do you know what? I'll take it. I will take it.
That's all we ask for as fans of a game, is good clarity when it comes to communication with the game devs, to know what changes they've made, why they've made the changes. I think PUBG's trending in the right direction. Zone shift does come in, and it does go just north of Los Leones as the center point of the circle, which will make a lot of these teams that rotated into the circle late very happy, as they are a lot closer to the circle in Phase 2 than they might have expected to be. Navi will hold this 2-2 split for a little while longer. Again, this is a compound that you can do that with. But if you get crashed, you're in a lot of trouble. Solo making their win. Solo, of course, Mark, they've lost one of their best players. Sosed has made his way to Navi, so it'll be very big to see how they bounce back from that roster change.
And they're one of those teams we always talk about consistency as well. They're a team that can dial in really aggressively. Like the rotation for them, they've rolled the dice, they've put themselves in a lot of danger to get to here, but they know that they have the capabilities that the zone might pop back to them. A lot of real estate's been taken. They've got to be cautious for mortars though. A lot more teams are getting used to actually exactly how to dial into some of those dips and crevices that we have there. But for now, most teams are in. Sauna boys opt to go out, and they go up towards the northeast to work their way around the top. So Most teams went flying straight in. 2-wheel, decent, mate. But
that takes skill.
Our sauna boys cruise in, mate, rolling dubs.
Sauna boys will be looking to play better than they did a little bit earlier at the start of the year too. The first, that New Year's Bash Cup that we had, I feel like they'll be a little disappointed with what they put on camera. But I think with the team that they have, I want to see them do a lot better. Look, Mize is a player that I've always enjoyed watching. I think that exciting, really good mechanically. I want to see Mize have a good start to the year, because the big thing is, a lot of these players outside that don't have orgs, they're doing this for the love of it, right? They're not getting paid. They're working their asses off, 5-6 days a week playing in scrims, trying to turn up. They love the game, so I want to see every single player show up and show out. Speaking of players that show up and show out, though, Jeans with the opportunity to get a knock onto Razor, and he does. That's a point on the board for FaZe. And look, that's as easy as they come for a player of James's quality. And that's the risk you take in a circle like this, spreading out in the open terrain like Vorpal Swords were trying to do. And now Corexy might be able to double down, but misses the shot. Thought he was getting into the car, but hits Nabat heavy for 78 damage on the headshot. And now Nabat's got to be very careful, because Corexy knows, yeah, there's good cover coming in from the high ground from Habako.
This is the danger, that when you split out wide, Na'Vi obviously I mentioned before, they were doing that very early on when they were first formed together. Downside to that is they come under a vast amount of pressure. But Nabat does put down Gustav and puts some pressure on, but it's not for long. Fex there to answer the call.
Oh god, I think I just cast the cursed Miza so hard. I just see he got flushed, but there's the flush onto Nabat, as well as our favourite Welshman will find that kill on the board. 63 players alive. Now we're going to jump over to this fight between Mad Bulls and Foot as Quizzy steps out. A couple of headshots will find the knock onto Vard, and he dips back into cover. Mad now will be able to get that res off in the distance to Nixie, but the rest of Foot are still wary of the push. But Ibby has enough time and enough space to get Nixie back on his feet. Quizzy will get another knock on the board as Mad continue to do some good work here inside of Los Leones. Yes, you lost Molodoc earlier, but this is a great way to fight back, and Itzy needs to be very careful because he's a bit isolated from the rest of Foot here too.
Yeah, he is isolated from the rest of his boys. Moving back, that's outstanding shots from him, because he kind of tracked Vard from driver's seat to back left to back right out the door. And unfortunately for him, he did go down. Foot going for a full centre. That is because of the zone positioning. I do fear when it moves into compounds as heavy, or towns and cities as heavy as Los Leones. I think if I was a player in a situation, it's a place I wouldn't want to go. The risk is it could go in there. Does mean shotguns. It'd be quite typical that a last day the shotguns are OP, should we say, that we end up with a shotgun ending. But the other danger is, Gibson, is it does sort of tinker on the outside. It pushes its way out of the zone. So all these teams send their way in. We have high numbers for a long period of time. And then we're looking at like a 6-team ending.
Yeah, this is a heavy bleed. Again, the more players inside the lobby means that you will get more action in the early phases, which speeds up Miramar a little bit. But we live again, lose the battle for the compound. They're going to send the sole survivor off in the distance. Salik should be able to get this knock, but no, the level 3 vest coming in clutch for PWD.
Oh, wow.
And he's got the Groza here as well. Salik will wrap around for 990C, but is he able to get the knock and flush? Yes, he does. Vorpal Swords eliminated as 990C managed to pick up those vital points. But Mark, if this shifts away from Los Leones in Phase 4, it is going to be a rough exit of that city for all those teams playing inside it.
This is what I'm worried about. It's that risk now, isn't it? You roll in, you go, hey, let's go for it. Like we saw Foot, they lost Vard, but hey, that could be a risk versus reward situation. We lost one, but we take the chicken dinner at the end of the day. But it all depends on the PUBG gods. Can it roll back their way? Will they get the zone position they want? We'll find out now. I hope it's going to bounce out. There we go. It does, and it goes towards that northwest side. I think a lot of teams, they're not going to be happy with that. And one of them, though, is the Fellas. So they've been caught by a few teams now holding on the outside edge.
Wow, Fellas just got absolutely obliterated there in that little dip. Hakatori gets a point for Navi. We live again. Grab a few as well. Mark, we've seen this circle for Phase 4 so many times, and you'll see a bit of a battle to take that high ground that you see a couple of members of WTA, Gajani and a few of the players up there. I think that is Sheesh, right? If I'm not wrong, holding the compound on top of the hill. That's going to be a vitally important position. Twisted Minds and God Compound, another very strong compound that could be held right now. You normally see a team push into the garage that's just near screen now in the open, and then the factory and those crates. If that's where we're going to finish, this area will be full of bodies because, again, Foot and Howl, they're battling for here already. And Quetpa, he's got a couple of angry Foot players nearby, and there's Code Marco, the new pickup for Howl, finding that first one and a second one through the hole in the roof. The door closed at the perfect time.
Great move.
But man, Marco was a huge pickup.
Yeah, Matt, he's changed the dynamic. I feel like how I'm going to say have stepped up to his speed, not to his level because they were outstanding players anyway, but the speed in which he plays the game is insane. Flash, push through, final player, Vard down to 1 HP. He's going for the full push now. Doesn't quite know exactly where he's backing up on the crawl. He's the final player for House trying to work out. Now here's the footsteps. He does have the opportunity to potentially get the res. He's going to try and draw a smoke out at least on that one. He does have a molly as well, so could potentially stop the stairs if he wanted to, but he's going to take the opportunity now to go up. That might allow our Footy Sports, unfortunately, they go down. They thought they were going to potentially get the opportunity to go back up, but actually, look at that. Mad Balls, though, they come rolling in as well. They cause some damage. Vard empties down, and How will get the opportunity now to get that res.
Yeah, Marco gets them back on his feet. Mad Bulls, they'll rotate into the warehouses as well as they move pretty close to Solo in this area of the map. Begins to fill up nicely. 990 playing by the containers. Let's see what Tokyo Flex's near arm is like as he tosses that one towards the door of the shack. And as you can see, just not far enough. Salik with the Groza they picked up a little bit earlier as well could do some serious damage. But let's jump up to the Battle of the Hill now as Sheesh and Gaming Gladiators are locking horns. Let's see what Johnny's near is like. He tosses it through the sky, but that's a long way short of Melman, who's getting drove by Pod Samad as well, as they need to make their way into the circle.
Yeah, only one kill at the moment for GG. This is the problem. A lot of teams getting caught foot down and out now as Pods go for that late rotation. That might favour them, actually. GG needs to get rolling. It's phase 4. This is going to sting a little bit now, but he does get Melman, so there's a post there, but it's with the SLR. Dedrix and Sheesh for Johnny. Really holding up Pod now. Final player down for them, Dante. See what he can do. Very difficult. He's got the blue on him. I think he's done dusted here. He's got no jammer pack, and that's him gone. Pod left it a bit too late. GG get an opportunity maybe to stick a res as Sheesh. Nope. I'm going to go stick their res as well.
Yeah, I think Levante's not going to be too far behind, leaving the lobby for GG here too. Navi need to make their way inside the circle, but they got to battle their way through Mad Bulls and Howl and Question Mark as everyone tries to make their way inside. Perfectix for Twisted Minds. They're holding that God Compound just to the north. Really good position for them to play. Mark, for Navi, this is a difficult push in, right? You look at the direction they want to take, the pathing that they want to make into the circle. Exalt, Question Mark, Mad Bulls, all barriers to entry inside the circle.
Yep, and again, you mentioned Question Mark, big barrier. They actually haven't moved really. They've held this. They understood that they're just on the outside edge, and I think the important is that they need to control what's behind them. And Doozy has moved forward. You can see him on the maps. He's looking for the next stage. He's there thinking the next step ahead of where they can. Question Mark, though, at the moment, trying to deal with that push from Na'Vi. Unable to catch a good smoke wall from them that has got them across the road. Exalt will be in front, but we'll go tune back to the other side. How? Down. Unfortunately, now our Mads are going to try and chuck a nade in. It is going to be 990C versus Solo. 1 versus 1, I believe. They dance around the smokes. GG eventually go down. Jenny's able to pick that one up. And looks like both going to be exchanging the res, and both arguably really close to each other.
Yeah, I think that Reliance started the res a little bit later than 990C, so they might just have the advantage. But this is really a race against time. There we go. Both players up at the exact same time, but the nade from Nixie will find Tokyo Flex, and that's a huge bit of help for 990C. Reliant will stick the res once more, but the smoke has dissipated. He can't stick that res anymore. He's got no cover. He's got no chance. He's got no clue. And he is down and out. 9 teams left alive, and Mad Bulls turn their attention a little bit further north towards 990C. But all this fighting has given Navi the potential to backfill Mad Bulls as well, Mark. This is playing into Navi's favor just a little bit.
Yeah, QM were hoping for them to come a little bit closer. They've worked their way around. That has pushed them towards Mad Balls. Mad Balls able to deal with that wonderful nade. Has cleared one team, but we still have more. I do like Ibby. He's moved across. Arthur, if you don't know, is Ibby. He gets down by Ferris there as that Dragunov come well within that range. Looks like we are going to... no, we're not going to launch that nade to try and get that confirmed. Question Mark will be listening to this one really closely. I think they'll be holding the angles. Now, Aduzi doesn't have a good angle onto that side. He's going to be cautious himself, but the rest of the QM, as you can see, they are going to play edge of blue. Na'Vi doing identical movement on the other side.
Yeah, it's just all about pathing the circle. Kind of donuts up a little bit again, Mark, so we've got a good idea of where that finish point will be, and it does take Twisted Minds a little bit out of there. There's the Welshman on the side again to see if Fex can do some damage to win or die. Extends is alive, but as you can see, Smoke's really the only cover that he has right now. And FaZe on the edge of the zone, they want to deal with these players before they step in. Spyro, though, let's turn our attention to Na'Vi and Question Mark. Big nade tossed towards the back of that, and that'll pick up another 2 kills. It's all down to Hakatori now. Steps out, drops down to 6 HP. He's trapped, he's cornered, and exactly Navi's worst nightmares have come as we would expect. That's Question Mark holding the key to the door, and Hakatori surrounded on all sides, Mark.
Big nade comes in, blue zone nade right on top. That should be the end. They were forced to play this side of the wall, and when you're forced into a team like Question Mark, it's always going to be quite dangerous. They did pick up one, though, so Aduzi is down. FaZe, worth noting, they have been all over the zone at the moment. They now find themselves on this west-hand side, working their way in. I think the compound we see Twisted Minds for me was that kind of OP compound surprise. It's not as in as expected now, but FaZe looking the opportunity now to clear our win or die team. Final player for them is Extends. Nades come over the top. This is a lot more of an ending where it's going to be a bit of explosive, but all died. Not got much time. That blue zone nade, I think that's going to do it, as that smoke is going to dissipate. FaZe, full clutch, able to pincer down, win or die. Just reminds, not fully moved out. They do have Perfectix a little bit further ahead. They lose one player quite early. Tournaments went down. Resolute now going to take the opportunity to move the car. There's a wonderful series of dips and crevices that all these teams can play out of here. Normally we see that compound out for a little bit longer. Not going to be the case this time as the zone shifts down towards that south to southwest.
I love the timing of the Twisted Minds rotate. They knew that FaZe had just cleared out Win or Die, and they knew that FaZe would be taking that opportunity to first aid, to do some looting, so they jumped right ahead of them inside the circle and take that second bowl. Really clever timing of that rotate from Twisted Minds, and it gives them some control of the northeast side of the circle. Now, FaZe are still in, so they don't need to move yet, but Twisted Minds have got that little bit closer. Everything else is happening towards the south. You've got Exalt, you've got We Live Again, Question Mark, pretty close together. Let's not rule out Salik, though, because Salik's been playing in that warehouse for a long time for 990C, and if FaZe lock horns with Twisted Minds, Salik might get involved, and he actually gets involved earlier than expected. A great nade onto Lou, and let's see if FaZe want to get a little bit aggressive onto this one as well. There's the second nade, there's the flush, and that's exactly what Twisted Minds need to avoid. And Mark, it's what Twisted Minds have had trouble with for the last 2 years. Solo players around the edge of the circle, getting them when they're not looking.
It's dangerous with these bowls as well. You're able, if you're given the freedom of movement, and Salik has complete freedom. Look at him sitting firm. Arguably, Mosbury has the best cover out of all the teams. A couple of nades into the bowl will always roll down towards the players. FaZe have got a big decision now. Do they go aggressive? They've seen the kill feed. Sitting in, obviously, the team's party the other day, like, as much as the comms weren't 100%, some of these teams are, I guess is the wrong word, making really calculated calls based upon some of these flushes in these sort of smaller areas. And I wouldn't be surprised if FaZe be going, right, I believe that's if Twisted Minds in there. If they didn't notice in the compound, that's Twisted Minds there. I think they've lost one already, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're already counting the leaderboard or the kill feed to know they're potentially down. They might position, they need to go, don't really have much on the west-hand side to play. I think it is a stack up and move in the cars and try and take opportunity. The danger is, as you said, Gibson, is Salik wants to come out this one. He can do. He's got a Groza. He's very, very dangerous for both these teams.
He's got cover too. Like, he can get up towards the containers nicely. That zone shift works against FaZe. Twisted Minds in a pretty good spot right now, but that'll force the fight between all these teams at the south. Spyro, bandages and a couple of first aids, but he's got the Panzer at the ready. waiting for the push to come to the door, but I don't think Exalt are going to push this way just yet. Question mark are the ones that need to move a little bit further. FaZe, they're going to use the smoke wall to get themselves right up on the edge of this ridge line too. Great move from them. Corexi will go down to the blue. That's unfortunate for FaZe. But now if you can just lock in this position with a knock like that from Fex, they should be able to do so. And, oh my god, that is a great nade. Look, FaZe wanted to smoke their way out and push up to this building, but that nade back the other way has forced them to consolidate. And now Exalt have to deal with question mark as well.
Yeah, good move. Actually, in the exchange, lucky enough they got their knock on Art. Yes, great nade from Exalt. Let's not take anything away from there. That has allowed them the opportunity now to get one of the reses back in. More nades coming down. Exalt are making the push, but they've got a push coming from the other side. WLA, Hobart is still in the mix. He's got a shotgun. Don't underestimate a shotgun. He's right underneath. He's going to work his way in slightly. It's not going to be long before he gets spit up, but he's been hurt. Shotgun goes wrong. The door goes the other way. Peekaboo comes in. Duncan will send out WLA. 5 teams now remain. It's phase number 8 to phase number 9. As I said, it's a danger when it comes down to these sort of city styles ending phase. They did lose Corexi, but as part of the scouting mission, they were trying not to force that situation into our Twisted Minds area. They opted to go a little bit closer towards the zone. They find themselves now on the outside. Twisted Minds in a bowl. And all the fighting is pretty much in this south to southwest corner.
Yeah, question mark mollied off Duncan as well for a little bit, and then whenever the flames dissipate, they know he's going to push and he falls. So 3v3v 2v1 now. FaZe, question mark, Twisted Minds, and 990C. 3 of the teams that I identified as the 3 top teams in Europe alive right now. 2EM, QM, and FaZe. But you gotta say, out of all the teams' positions right now, Twisted Minds, even though they've only got 2 players, they're the team with the strongest position at this moment in time in the circle.
Yeah, as long as they continue to not have as much pressure on. See, FaZe got to try and deal with question mark now. They're trying to get in. Question mark arguably got really difficult rotate in. I know you might be looking at this and thinking, well, FaZe is sitting on the outside mark. What do you mean? Question mark just got to run the line. But the line question mark have to run is fully open. They might get exposed by Salik if he wants to continue to play this way. They're going to have to put double smoke walls up now. And if FaZe want to play the outside edge of blue, they want to play up late, they can cause some major issues. But that's what question mark need. They see a knock from the other side. They'll be reading the kill feed. Big players, though. Then Nade actually dropped on himself down and out. FaZe go from a 3 to a 2. And this might even change the route question mark that's coming to his end zone.
Yeah, question mark, though. 3 players alive. P90 in the hands as well. That thing shreds in a game like this, but look at the smoke blooming. So little for Fex to see. Fex has been having a very good game so far. 3 kills on the board. There's a nice stun grenade to keep question mark on their toes, but Phil first could be a problem. Good stun grenade forces them in the cover, and there's a bit of damage done for Phil. Spyro with the nade gets that knock. Phil first jumping up over the wall with a hip fire, but no, James will be the one to find the knock, and Twisted Minds will just sit and watch and wait as these 2 teams do some mutually assured destruction. Peeking is James. There's Fex, body blocking, getting some information, crawling inside the circle, and getting taken out. Question mark with 2 players alive now. James falls at the hands of Spyro, and it's a 2v2v1. And still 99C Salik with the Groza. Don't forget, level 3 gear on a Groza is still alive, but he's spotted out. Spyro takes him down. He heard me talking. 10 kills for question mark. And now, Mark, it's Perfectix an example against Spyro and Besto.
It's a big end in this one. FaZe really unlucky. Great jump shot, that P90. No recoil. Jumping in the air. Disgusting behaviour. Anyway, 2 versus 2. When it comes down, Twisted Minds had the position. He didn't get the pressure from the other teams. Now they're going to try and provide the pressure as they have the dot. Nade goes up. Twisted Minds don't need to move. Question mark. They've got to make everything happen now. But how much util have they got left? No smokes, no nade, no mollies. 1 more smoke remains for Best. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be potential stack up here. 10 kills for them. They go down to a 1 versus 1. Example knows the way Spyro's going to play out. Big nade. That should be it done, Dustin. And there we go. Outstanding. Kobe. Twisted Minds. 7 kills. 17-point game. Explosive ending there.
Exactly why I have Twisted Minds down as my favorite team in Europe this year. My favorite to make all the to qualify for international events and have a big impact. Look, Mark, it's just the game sense, right? You talk about that rotate ahead of phase earlier. That ended up with them getting that position, and then they were able to use that position to win the game. They have huge brains, and that is why I'm excited. Look, they've even got a brain as their logo, Mark. Like, what do you expect?
Yeah. Big brain play. We're going to take a quick break there. When we come back, it's going to be round number 2, and that's going to be our final game, should I say, for today on Miramar. Sit down, relax. It was an explosive start. I don't think the rest of the game is going to be anything else to miss. I'll see you guys in a few.
Why won't you smile?
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Here we go. Game 2 of the night, our last trip to Myanmar on Tuesday. Flight path from 9 o'clock, making its way up to approximately 2, a west-northeast flight path, finishing off by Campo Militar and Tierra Blanca. And with a flight path like that, well, means that those teams that like to drop in Los Leones, down around Impala, Cantera, Picado, a little bit further away than you may be used to. But Mark, you've said it many a time, the new Navi roster, they like to drop up and around Campo Militar and Cruz de Valle. So this is a flight path that was made for them.
Yes, that all drop goes. For those that don't know, actually, everyone that's jumped out early, they're not just having a big old fight at the beginning. There are coaches. When we're in the live server, we're able to get coaches in on that 5th slot. They will jump themselves out, and they do what I pretty much done yesterday. They follow a team around and just record and make notes, etc. of their section. But for now, map number 2 doesn't disappoint. We are going to go straight into it as Sona boys are working their way in. But Vorpal Swords and them are sharing, and we all know that the city endings can be shared. A team like El Pozo, especially if the zone pulls back, we might find more teams trying to get into this area as quickly as these two dropped in.
Yeah, and just picture a lot of this, a good chunk of this circle is unplayable. That wall that you can see the battle between, or you can see all the coaches dying right now, you can't play there. That's just dead space. So in reality, if you can get yourself somewhere towards the west of where Duncan for Exalt is right now by Brickyard, that ridge line to the west of that position is a very good position to hold, and it means that you can move north into the circle if needs be as well. Now, Monte Nuevo with the fellas, I'm curious to see how fellas will play this one out, right? Because Monte Nuevo is very central right now. You have 2 players inside it. You've got 2 players outside it. Do you keep that 2-1-1 split? Do you go for a 2-2 and hold on to the edge of Monte Nuevo for that second shift? Like, I want to watch particularly how fellas play this one out.
Yeah, you got to look at it and worry that with the unplayables you mentioned, there's not as much position to play, number 1. But number 2, we've got additional 2 extra teams in. They are scrim. Sometimes we see an extra couple of teams in there. Obviously, FaZe, I think, came in quite late. They're a pro team. So it's like, hey, do you know what? It makes the lobby tougher. Let's get them in. They've got to factor this one. So factor in the bad zone or a lot of unplayable, but also factor in 2 other teams that are going to be looking for position. The fellas will be brave to hold it. Is it possible? 100%. You could do it. I do worry about Kino's location, though. Vorpal Sword already looking to leave El Pozo, and Kino's little split here on the Gotti compounds. This is the one that I'd find if someone doesn't go for the E pick up and take the mountain up towards the northwest of here, you're going to see teams rolling down this way.
You see so many fights played at that God compound where the team crashing will have players up on the ridgeline to the north of Kino, and the rest will flood in from the south. But here's a convoy and a half right now. The 3-wheeler, the Bronco, and the Coupe making their way south inside the zone. Quetpa will be able to feed the information. The 3 different engine noises will let Hoyle know that Vorpal Swords have got all players now inside this God compound. So, you know what? Quetpa's probably saying, I could do with getting out of here after a little while. Not in a panic just yet, because Nabat could be in trouble, Mark. Nabat could be in a lot of trouble.
And he's got the information. He's changed seat into the 3-wheeler. Oh, Nabat gets up. He puts shot around. He gets him down. Oh, 3-wheeler changes to the passenger car, lives the dream like it's Mary Poppins, mate. And he lands and able to get the knock. And Vorpal sort of beeping it out as well. GG's.
You should not lose that, but Nabat wins it. Great play from Vorpal Swords, and while all that's been going on, Quetpa has left the position as well. Here's the Sauna boys inside Monte Nuevo. They're got a little bit of a split. Mark Scab's out by himself running through the open, but Batulin's having a look.
Always. They've lost another one early again. That's 2 games now. They've been caught out on the rotation. I'll take a little bit of that pinch of salt because of the additional teams, but there you go. That's that high ground I'm talking about. How looking to maybe move 1 down. I think Code Marco might have messed it. He's going to have to go for a heavy twist around. He does get it. Lucky enough for him. The rest of the teams haven't quite made the area. So we've got 2 already taking up some high ground. 1 is always there anyway. So no, Batulin's is the man of the rocks, the man of the people, as he will provide so much intel as to what's in front of the team now, trying to rotate in on that east side.
Batulin's is in a circle like this, you know he's there. Like, every
100%.
single player in this lobby knows where Batulins is, and nobody's going to contest them. I know that with the E-pickups that it makes it a lot easier than it used to be, but nobody's going to want to push that position because they know the damage he can do. Circle will begin closing pretty soon now, as you can see Foot making their way towards the zone. We Live Again, they're just south of Cruxhawk. Actually, they could be on a collision course here with WALA. They're a few hundred yards up the road, and yeah, Foot are going to go further south. So what that means, Mark, is they're going to come into the circle a little bit more from the southern side towards Monte Nuevo. And I think that that's a good call based on the flight path we have. Remember, we know more than what the players do. They don't know all the information that they do. But with the circle being the way it is, with the flight path being what it was, they know that they should be pretty clear to come into the southern side of the circle.
Yeah, long rotation round. They would know Lost Guns have been taken, so they expect our Mad Bull to work their way in. And the question is, where do they put up? Chum will be clear, Exalt going down. We had the danger, it could pull down towards Death Valley. We had a great ending out over towards that sort of in positioning, I suppose, just outside of where Win or Die are, down towards Monty, that open train. It was a nice ending, actually. I think some teams will be looking at it, because they were playing last night, that it might be the same style starting it and same style potential ending. I have to wait and see how we go, though. Most of the other teams are finding a little bit of a home, but still a lot of unplayable.
Oh, definitely. I think the big thing is, where does this go? Because if it goes north, there's a lot more playable area. If it goes south, a little bit smaller. And if it goes towards the east, I think everybody be pretty happy with that one as well. Twisted Minds with that big split. Fellas, they've now changed their position. So they've actually left Monte Nuevo, with the circle being what it is. And they've sent, you know, Keno a little bit further forward. They're playing the 2-2 split. Vorpal Swords, they've still got Howl surrounding them on all sides. And Nabat won the battle a little bit earlier. But let's see if Howl can get any revenge whatsoever. Rurn, Marco, and Quetpa need to do some work here. And they'll know that Vorpal Swords are running a split here too. Like, they know they've got the numbers. But you really need to get that knock when you commit in. And Quetpa will full send it towards the wall. And I can see the rest of Vorpal Swords are getting ready to come back this direction as well, I think, Mark. Yeah, here we go. They're going to make their way up as well. So we got ourselves a compound battle.
Yeah, Code Marco is going to be crucial here. He needs to really get the knock down. Vorpal Sword going for a full send. A bit of help from Question Mark, I believe, who are on that west-hand side. Big nade does come through. The boys have now arrived, and that nade will not just pick up one, it will pick up two. Nabat PWD, he was pretty much down and out. I thought Nabat might have got away with it, but he's going to go down to a sort of 2 versus 2 push here. Code Marco is up on the high ground. Let's see what they can do. Razor's down to a one-shot as well, so both the players are pretty much tucked into the one compound, and that's kind of where Hal want to keep them. They will now try and deny the information. Smoke doesn't quite go through. Second opportunity, not again. And nice little reset. And Hal really forced Vorpal Sword back into the corner. And I think they're going to be happy they've taken this compound.
Yes, 2v2 with an asterisk, because if you go out the wrong side of this building, you've got Marco making it a 3v2, but Hoyle are going to commit. Rurn can push out to the side of the building because Marco has the cover. So he can push aggressively up like this. Razor, on the other hand, will step out the back window of this building for Vorpal Swords. Looking to spot out the information a little bit too late. Quetpa comes under fire, and Code Marco a little bit late with the covering fire, but still Hoyle are alive with 2 players up. That's Habako taking a lot of damage, but Hoyle will close the distance now to the front side of this building. Marco gets the knock onto Razor, and Habako will fall. And that will be that for Vorpal Swords. Hoyle taking the points. And, well, taking the compound as well. FaZe Clan, Mark, they saw the circle. They said, yeah, we're E-pickup, and we're making our way in. We've waited long enough. 18 seconds, though. They're going to stay on this plane until that zone pops. Like, they're not going to drop too early.
Yeah, that's so. If you haven't been already, if you take an E-pickup, you time it right between, especially phase 1, phase 2, phase 2, phase 3. You might take a bit of blue damage, but what FaZe are looking for at the moment is to be airborne when this zone shift hits. It does go south. They're going to be in a very good position now to maybe get ahead of a lot of teams, because most of these teams are going to either, if they've got an E-pickup, be quite late for the E-pickup, or if they're driving, they're going to get caught in a bit of a mess.
Look at the space that Foot have got as well. We spoke about them rotating way down to the south and driving their way in. They've got so much real estate that they can play with. Howl making their way in as we get a drop called in. The noise in the background of a flare going off into the sky here as well. Be curious to see which team is taking advantage of that. 990C, third place last time around, but they're trying to thread the needle with their rotate here as well as they drive through the drive-through the cliffs. But Mark, I think Foot are going to be loving this, and it looks like we've got the Sauna boys rotating in as well. They took the emergency pickup, so a lot of teams will be coming down. But here's a battle and a half now as Mad Bulls are getting a landing on top of them from FaZe Clan. But there's the first knock, but it's actually Artie from Exalt that finds that knock. So it's 3 players up for FaZe now. And what can the Mad Bulls do? Because Molodoc's all by himself at the moment. Well, he's got Quizzy, but it's a bit of a split here from Mad Bulls.
Very massive split. Ibby's coming down on the other side. Vex is trying to stop. My logic is they kind of knew who it was. I think they'd be disappointed they'd done the work up. They'd clear it up. Vex, though, out the door. He's running through the smoke. I think they know they've got the individual. They're making the push now across. Molodoc's Quizzy, no shots just coming just over yet. The smoke wall has denied that. Ibby's going to be going, hey, do you know what? I'm getting pushed now. They need to think about how they come across, but more importantly, they need to think about what Exalt can see, because Exalt put down Jeans as well.
Yeah, correct. He does take down Ibby, and he'll get that kill confirmed. But FaZe Clan, this is not going the way they would have wanted it to go whatsoever. They have 2 players alive now. Nixie on the other side of the road isn't able to do anything onto this one just yet. But the question now is, what do Mad Bulls do? Are you happy with surrendering that building in the compound, or do you push? Well, looks, Mark, based on what I see on the mini-map, they're deciding to close the gap because they know FaZe are weak.
You know, they're down. They also want to try and get themselves across. It'd be very hard for them to get in the cars and make a full send, especially for a team like Exalt. I don't think they've got all the information exactly where Exalt are. You can see Quizzy is looking back, just trying to figure out exactly how far round this team stretched. Still 17 teams, still 60 players alive, and arguably we still have an element of unplayable terrain though in the mix. So still a difficult circle to be had. And Mad Bulls, yes, they push forward. That's the right play for them. As look, we can see Exalt. They're looking to capitalize on this one, though. But Quizzy comes out and says, no, this is my compound. And yet again, you might get the knocks, you get the kills, nearly getting the steals, but not this time. Sauna boys have missed out on the opportunity. Mad Dogs put one over.
Yeah, that's a great nade from Fex as well. Molodoc is gone, and now Quizzy coming under heavy fire. As we said earlier, Nixie's on the other side of the road by Brickyard. So Quizzy is all alone in this battle. Look at Twisted Minds to the north as well. They're wrapped and involved with Pod Samolet, who've got Presenti holding that aggressive angle. But at some point, the GOAT is going to have to come down from the hill. But he has got pinned behind that Murado, and he's not going to want to parachute off, because in that few seconds that you're falling and parachuting, you are an open target and you've got no way to fire back.
You know, what's he come up with a bike? He's going to load that bike. I think he'll go down descending north side.
Fast.
That will help. That will help very fast. Crazy Ludo, he's making the push forward. I think he knows nade is cooked, so he knows he's sharing this location with a player. But by the throw of the nade, I think he knows exactly where the player is. Twisted Minds lined up. Pod, they've got a man behind enemy lines. And that man is Presenti. He's going to be waiting for a push. And he's up on this sort of first level, this sort of area, to potentially cause some issues. But I don't see DC. He definitely got a spectator. It looks good, though.
Yeah, he's moving. So I think that he is there. It's just a spectator bug. Rox gets the knock onto Example, which will be a bit of a problem here for Twisted Minds, as that'll be even more difficult now for them to make their way inside the circle. Presenti will still wait to catch out Lou. All these footsteps, all this noise that Lou is making is feeding Presenti, and Presenti can tell Pod Samuel what is going on. Another nade is cooked, another nade is thrown, and another nade misses its target. Mark, you're in the blue. You can't stay in there much longer. Lou has only got 2 first aid kits left. Phase 3 is closing, so it's going to do even more damage. And there we go. The spectator bug is over.
I thought he had of steel. Man of steel. Glue was trying to tease him out. He was teasing him to make sounds. He was trying to find the sound cue. that nade over his head, and Presenti still didn't move. He just held firm. He was like, I'm going down with a bang. Now he does give up the position. Lou does know where he is. You can see now the language of Lou has changed. He's a bit more calmer. He knows he's right underneath him. He's trying to wait for the shot. He's not having to play the outside edge. But Jordan is going to have to try and come in. And the kill feed, seeing the rest of the boys, they're now in the fight here with Solo. They've lost 2. And that's going to change again. That storytelling from Lou. He'll be reading the kill feed going, oh, you've lost your boys. You are the final player now. You don't want to hang here as much as I don't want to hang here. It's going to be a little bit of a 1v1 battle. Crazy Lou, he also needs to try and come out, but let's take the opportunity. Let's get some points on the board. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite get that one. Store, he doesn't prize Presenti out of his little cubby hole.
Yeah, these teams inside the blue, phase 4 coming. Batulins has made his way down from the hill as well, so maybe Lou could be stalling just a little bit longer, but there's some gunfire traded back and forth as Lou is now trying to be the one to make Presenti step out into the open. But Solo are waiting, right? You look at Reliant. Reliant is peeking up over this ridgeline, waiting for one of these teams to make that mistake. Batulins will bandage on the bike, and I think Solo will turn their attention this way. Is he got the angle? No, Reliant will let him go past first off, and Batulins will make it inside the circle, Mark.
He does make it inside the circle. Solo actually do pick up Presenti, so he's down. And Crazy Lou will be reading the kill feed. It goes to Monty. I know the chat's been saying it's El Pozo. You went too far away. Zone shifted south. It shifted all of our teams south. But then after that one, it made a mistake and decided, hey, we need to go back north. Monty it is. Monty being the fella's landing spot. But they didn't hold on to it. They moved out and they find themselves down some numbers as well. So work their way back in. Talk about working their way in. How looking for a little cubby hole to get themselves into. Navi sit on the outside foot, going for a bit of a 2-2 split now. They are still holding that high ground, but Beamy Nancy is going to go down and round. They're going to try and look where they go. And we mentioned before a kind of Nixie hold and Quizzy. Hold. Looks like they're still in the raft of things. FaZe lose 1. Quizzy waiting for the push now, but Nixie is maybe just too far away to close up on him.
He's got the sawn-off shotgun, but Vex has got an angle on his back with the AUG, and down he falls, meaning it's all down to Nixie for Mad Bulls, and Nixie will try to make his way into the zone by moving north. Winner Diane Monte Nuevo as our 990C, Exalt, and Sheesh with We Live Again in the background as well. So Monte Nuevo has got a lot of tenants living inside it right now. Batulins, by the way, sneaking around. He'll hear all the gunfire going off from Solo just above him, and I think at some point there'll be a trail of the... Oh, yeah. There's they tried to get the emergency, the emergency ambulance to pull the down player into cover. It ain't going to happen. Does Batulins try to play this shack? Because the Batulins' next move is really big for Twisted Minds.
No, he's just going to cruise in. There's a wonderful bow I saw in here. I saw BBL take up formation gaming from this bowl here, unseen. So I think he'll know very well that he's got capabilities and areas to play. It feels like a bit of a ranked drop zone here. Marbles do go down. Doesn't mean Fex is still there. Foot obviously have tied themselves back up and kind of get a Navi now push the hill. Foot went the long way around to get in front of him. And as a result, let's see what they can do. Navi with 2 kills at the moment. I'm going to try and deal with Foot, but I don't know if Foot actually are aware they've got a team so close to them.
Yeah, Foot have got to be careful. They've got 2 teams that aren't too far away, but Navi are the dangerous one as things stand. Prone player will be able to hear the footsteps. Steps on up, making some noise. That'll give away his position here too, but Navi will take the kill. There's the knock from Hakatori. And a lot of damage done. A good timer put on as well. And the rest of Foot now up on the higher section of this little ridge line need to be very, very careful, Mark, because Navi have got a good position and have smoked their way a little bit deeper as well.
Yeah, that is a very, very well played bait there. I'm going to say that. You get in the car and off you go. Navi are going to have to hold this front line. There's more action though elsewhere. We are getting Hal versus Question Mark. Question Mark down to the final player. Code Marker goes down. We catch up with Spyro with the M4 spray. Here come more steals. It feels like this round has been about how many scabs you can get, how many steals you can get on the board. And with Hal losing the players here, the final player, though, Runa, he's a bit further over. He's going to be unable to get the reses, and he finds himself just cresting the outside edge of the zone.
And Question Mark are going to get everybody that's still alive back on their feet, at least with this one. And They need to turn their attention then as to where they can play inside the circle. GG. They've still got 3 alive. Alia, Melman, and Uba, who look to have an impact on the game. Look, Melman already has a bit of ground inside of Monte Nuevo in those front buildings that I think be pretty good for them to play with. Batulin's running through the open field here as well. But this has got all the vibes of a nice urban finish here too. I think Monte Nuevo will stay in the circle until the very end. Again, it's just my thoughts. And I think these teams on the edge of Monte Nuevo, your winner dies, your sheeshes, they might really take advantage of the circle.
Sado having a look at fellas thinking, you're really missing the shots on us. But it wasn't. It was towards Baturin, so he got a little bit of a pass there. The fellas down to their final player as well. GG, working their way and lost a player as well. They've got 3. They go towards that corner. Monty is a dangerous ending. Actually, arguably, if it pushes a little bit more towards that northeast, we're going to see that kind of same style play that we had from round number 1. Teases with the city, with the town ending, pushes its way out to open terrain. Ferris pops up and says, you're not getting away. Empty goes down. Hakatori on the other side getting WLA. He actually flashes himself. Don't think he actually catches the foot boys as Varda goes down to a 1-shot. He's going to have to get shifted now. He cannot stop. He can't allow that blue to hit him. No, they'll be down to a 2. Exalt are in the dip below. Na'Vi have pushed their way further around, and there's that fight on the other side. WLA versus a 2-man Na'Vi.
Saddest boss who gets a good line of sight of his teammate fallen, and well, we live again. Things getting even tougher. Alia creeping into the edge zone. He might get the off angle on the third party onto this fight. Nordskiff, Hoba, and the saddest Bosu still alive. Mark's getting very, very busy here because here's Foot arriving as well. T-Bone gets the knock onto Hakatori, and T-Bone's going to vault on in, and they're so sad to take him down, but still, Saddest is alive. He's on the side of the door. Pre-fire comes through. So sad gets that knock, gets that flush, and we live again now, doubling up on the nade, starting to throw them this direction. But Na'Vi have just 1 player left alive. Alia peeking over the edge to feed all that information to the side. But with 22.5 minutes gone, it centers on up. And that road on the edge of Monte is the center point of the circle. And Sheesh, well, I think Sheesh are going to be under a lot of fire from all these teams inside of Monte trying to make their way in.
Yeah, and they're holding quite a wide split as well. So if one of them goes down, it'd be very difficult now to get the res. They haven't really tightened up. They've not collapsed to a 2-2 that I would have expected. I thought they might have been on the sort of front lines, maybe give up the Goddy builder, maybe give up the free stack and just fortify your position, allow the other teams to fall on. But the other option is they spread wide. They're trying to get as much information as they can. They're trying to get as many angles as they can, isolate players running through. I think both can work. Just worry that if they receive a knock, and there could be receiving a knock from multiple teams coming in from the south side, they might fall short of being able to get the res.
Yeah, look at fellas as well. Not really loving the position that we're in right now. 691 damage. It's pretty nice tally. But getting into this circle will be very, very difficult. Let's see if it is achievable. Smoke wall will be thrown to attempt to make your way in. Maybe this nade. Oh, that's a... You know what? That's actually not a bad nade. I know that he didn't get a knock or any damage, but his reading of the distance was really good there.
Rustamart is outstanding anyway. Didn't quite get it, but Head of My Bad is going to win that one. Going to be a Ghost Rider now on its way in. Question mark super tight. Compared to, as I mentioned, that Sheesh is playing a very wide split. Sheesh, apart from Janny, he's only got the eyes now on towards sort of question mark. But Didrix is blocked if they Exalt come in or WLA push a bit more towards that west-hand side. Not really going to see it. Janny's got a lot to juggle now. He's got multiple teams coming his way. Yes, they might fight. There we go. That's what the guys want. That's why they're on that split. There goes the first knock. Jedrix puts down Hoba. WLA should be able to get at least that res back on, but we've still got more teams coming in. GG on one side. Na'Vi playing in as well. Exalt need to get in. How need to get in as well. Lots of open terrain. There's going to be lots of edge fighting here. And GG's takes the shots on Sosid. He's going to be down himself, potentially.
Let's not forget about Batulins as well, who's got himself in the northwest side of the circle. Sai from Exalt deciding that the shotgun and barrel combo for this urban environment would be the best thing that they could possibly do. GG, they've got Sosed in their sights, and this is a fight that they would love to win against their old org. Nade is thrown, but that one's very short. But Sosed You got to be very careful with what way you try to make your way in. Manages to make the crossing to the edge of this building, but you're getting closer and closer to all the traffic. Ruin for Howl, the last player alive. He can hear Exalt just above him, but the blue will keep him in position. And I think the stairs are on the other side of that blue as well, so the only way that he can get pushed from above is if that player vaults down below. That shift goes north again, and Mark, look at that circle. The only teams in it right now are Sheesh and Batulins for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Batulin's got a little bit of a run forward, but he's not really in it. It's gone to the open side. Great nades. This 1-2 does actually mean they don't have the information of how Win's going to be on his Todd. Question mark making the push forward. Sheesh drawing the hold here. WLA trying to play in. GG's play around to a bit more wider on the east. Pretty difficult zone now. So we are seeing the guys maybe trying to isolate this way. Spyro, I think he's waiting for a little peekaboo. Won't get it just yet. I tell you what, you get a peekaboo though, and that is from Janny. The split for our Sheesh team has been working out, as I would jinx them, but they have collapsed. Jedrick should be able to get Janny back up. We will see WLA because they know who's in front of him. They will start moving now, and they do put the smoke wall out there now in underneath. But unfortunately, Jeds is down to a 1 himself. He has to give up his position now, and all collapse into the building outside the zone. But where the boys are, free stack it is. She's going for a 3-1 split. Great read though from WLA.
Yeah, brave from Zrendes there to run all the way inside before he even thought about popping that first aid kit. But WLA, like you said, great reading of the kill feed and knowing the scenario. Nordskiff, a very experienced player, takes that ground, and they've got themselves a building inside the circle. Ruin now survives the Panzer, but Aduzi with the AUG will manage to get that knock with and flush with the headshot. Down they fall. 7 teams left alive now, but still all these sides need to run the gauntlet just to get into the circle. So Said has done a good job to just creep his way in as well, because you thought for a moment GG had his number. A doozy. Besta was down. He's got a difficult run inside the circle as Besta was down and out, and I think question mark, yeah, they're he's gonna go try grab some meds, but I think question mark will do well to get anything above 5th or 6th place here, unless another team fall first.
Well, one team does go. So there's Navi. Difficult again to get in. That's very much on the outside. Kieran do go down at 6 for them. So at least one position out of that one. Hoban Northskiff, though, still trying to sketch their way in. The Sheesh game plan seems to have worked a little bit. They've been split slightly. Now here comes a push. Oh, they didn't go all the way. I thought they were. They know he's here. Baturian is still alive. Top 5 potential. He's going to throw a few nades over. There goes 1. There goes 2. Baturian's be reading the kill feed, seeing his knocks going. This team must be the closest one to me. Be looking to try and get as close as he can. Now he's in zone, but he has to go belly down. He can't stand up. The headshots will be coming in his way. I think he's just going to try and find himself in towards, well, can't be nade distance this time. He's only got 1 more molly left, but he's put 3. There's 3 kills on the team. Baturian has put 2 on 4.
A molly and a BZ could be enough here as that molly is thrown, but it's too short. Spray from the Groza, and Batulins will back down temporarily. Reposition yourself, because you know that this is the only team you got to deal with on the edge of the circle, but it's a 1 versus 4. Batulins has won these before, but I don't think Win or Die are going to let this go. This is what I want to see from Win or Die. A little bit more consistency, a little bit more aggression in the late game. They step up, they get the kill, they make the top 4, and it's a 4v4 v3 v2. Sheesh will rush to get the res onto Zrendes, and they should be able to push over and at least attempt it, but we live again. Battling it out now at the edge zone. Nordskiff spots out the player, but a little bit too late to get some gunfire off. But I love the way Nordskiff is being a conduit of information here for Dedrick's playing, or for his teammate playing below.
Sheesh though, for hear the footsteps. The wall will hoover in one of the pans up. See, Win or Die, they knew they wanted to take that position. They took quite a bit away. They've got a nice little, I suppose, valley to hold out, a little dip, should we say. But they are going to be under pressure anyway. It's 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 2. One is DBNO though for Win or Die. I can't see GG making the push that way. It's too aggressive. These two powerhouses are going to have to try and hold. It's going to be the fight really in this sort of south side that's going to kick off first. WLA need to try and make it happen. Hawkeye, the Hawkeye's round, does throw the flash upstairs, does see the player down. Actually, I think he picks up his own boy, but it's not going to be the case. Mollies go through, does force him round the other side, does allow Nordskiff though to come up and over, but he doesn't launch out the molly. He's going to go down a little bit more. The blue zone is going to hurt, and I think if the boys from our Sheesh can get round further enough, they know there's only one place up. Nordskip's going to play peekaboo from at the moment. They've got too much pressure though. Final zone, phase number 9. 4 teams still remain. Back-to-back games, Gibson have been pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah, they have. Nordskip doesn't have the ammo, though, Mark, for a full team fight. He's only got 1 mag and 1 mag in reserve that he can deal with. There's Melman getting the knock onto Johnny. Dedrick's trying to fire back towards Uba, but Uba's got his number down. He falls. Drendes will trade one back onto Uba, but Alya's there. Shisha eliminated. Nordskip went down to Leosh, and it's a 4 versus 3. Win or die, 9 kills for them, and this is what I'm talking about. On a good day, on the right map, they are deadly, and they should take this win, but the only thing working against them is the terrain as they make their way in towards the circle. That's why there's so much smoke thrown out. That's why they're trying to close this gap. 1 knock could be enough for Win or Die to really full send it in.
Yeah, Bigger extend, push himself as close as he can in, but Hard doesn't get caught, unfortunately. So they've got a bit of hard cover. They will spam the outside edge of those smokes. They're looking to try and pick a player coming through. And as they don't, they're going to now throw those mollies in. Don't forget the smoke does get rid of the noise of the molly. Not all the case, but might catch these players coming through. Extends does get 1. Uber gets the other. A bit of an exchange, 1 for 1. It's still 4. Well, it's now a 3 versus 3, but 2 of the players are DBNO, so it's actually a 2 versus 2, and GG swing it back their way.
Oh, Leosh gets the knock and extends, wins it out. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, Win or Die with 22 points on the board. And they played that one really well. Especially, Mark, when you consider how open that terrain was, because GG, they're the team that had more cover up to the very end, but Win or Die held their nerve and take the win.
Yeah, talk about holding nerve. Didn't see too much of him, did we? They're kind of a control, but when it mattered, when it came down to the fields and it came down to positioning, the couple of things for me, Win or Die, I knew they had a solo player. You can't leave it. Look at game number 1. We had 99C, Sadiq on his own. He caused huge problems for multiple teams trying to get in as well. So they dealt with the damage of the solo. They're able then to work their position. The dot went into the middle and they're able to push through. Did nearly go towards GG. Arguably, they had the better cover. They did get exchanged backwards and forwards, but nice closing. Let's take a quick break, though. When we come back, I believe it's going to be the Vikendi, and it'll be game number 3. But for now, 5 minutes and a cup of tea.
Asking me to play their favorite song, play it so that they can sing along. Will they hear what I'm writing? I'll give them something more exciting. To make them smile, to make them smile, to make them smile, to make them smile. Says I never call or hang around, thinks I've got another girl in town. Should I throw it all away, or should I stay another day? And she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile. Why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile?
said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left man of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back. If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would.
Welcome back, everyone. It's game number 3. I'm Mark Power. I'm joined by the amazing Gibson Cast. We are going to be in game number 3, which does mean it is the snowstorms of Vikendi. Playing path is very, very bad. They've got southeast up to pushing a west. It does just tinker over that sort of west, but it does favour this very much this sort of south to southwest side. For those that don't know, the zone and the flight path are connected. It was a glorious time, a dangerous time, a mischievous time where they weren't after Tego became a thing. But for now, the coaches will go out, they will freeze to death, the playing path will finish, and at 1 minute 30, our zone will pop in between somewhere. It only has to touch the flight path slightly, but it does mean it's going to be the case. Vikendi is a dangerous one, though. The south side, though, is full of those bears, and those that have got the emotes, slam those emotes in chat. The bears have stolen quite a few kills recently, actually. I know the player's not a fan, but as a viewer, I can't argue that they do energise, should we say, the snowstorms, though, of Vikendi.
Did you get the bear logos going yet, though? That's the real question.
Oh, yeah, you not told me. Yes, that reminds me. You should have told me. Have you told me how the bear logos?
I can't remember what slot they're in. They're in like a random slot. It's not even like a numbered slot. They're just... I just had like a couple of team logos at the bottom of the file, and it just picked one. It was like, what's going on?
It must be different, though, because I go down to like 30 teams, technically, on my file.
I don't have the number beside the 30 teams, though. I only have the numbers beside like the first 18.
So, maybe it's that first number thing then.
Yeah, maybe it's probably got nothing to do with the numbers. Everyone in chat right now is going, what are these two going on about? Well, if you haven't, go look at Mark's video on his YouTube where he explains how to get team logos on your game. And you know what? It'll help. See, when you're playing games with your team and you get the logos going, even though the logos might not be the proper teams, it just gives you a better idea of what teams are fighting who, how many players those have. So go check out Mark's YouTube, watch the video where he explains exactly how to get team logos on your game files.
It does help. I definitely would say it's a visual aid, a visual help for these teams. If you're new, if you're getting into competition, or even if you're playing ranked, actually maybe having set colors, set logos for set positions it does help sometimes keeping track. You normally most teams have this one person that keeps tab of who's down, who's up, what's to confirm. When you get to those end games, it's really crucial. If you know exactly that, I don't know, that GG lost a player quite early in Win or Die's case, they know they're fighting a 4-on-3 before they even start engaging the gun battle. It's that difference there. So it's a free tool. You just need to get it downloaded and put in and then start building your database.
Yeah, it's easy as pie. And again, check out Mark's video to get an idea of how to do it a little bit better. Mark, while we were going on, the circle shifted quite a bit, and that little hill, little mountain range just below where we see Tokyo Flex playing now on the southeast side of the map, pretty much center of the zone, and Levante is taking them down. And if GG take that high ground, they've got great panoramic views around the circle for the early stages of this one.
Yeah, we've seen this zone a few times now. It is good. It is pretty strong. Question mark, though, will be very well averse to it because they will take that compound, they will split it. Obviously, Solo have lost one. This does become a fight of the high ground. I do harp on about this. This is the one map that the high ground is pretty much all equal. But as we will work our way in and down, teams, obviously, Foot have pulled up above question mark. They will have farmed so much information, these teams coming in. It's just a matter of if you can defend them. Keep your cars alive. This one's got the broken castle. The other teams will go play up towards the sort of cable car areas. Keep your cars alive. Don't allow a team to roll up on you, and you find yourself in the late game.
You know what I love about the cable cars, though? And we got proved liars the last day, was that we talked about how there's always Panzerfausts on them, or at least that they've got a really high spawn rate. The last day we looked, it was all bolties. It was all bolties last time.
Okay,
what do we got? Panzers or bolties?
It's got to be Panzers. It's always Panzers. There goes a bear. They're fighting bears already. Oh, it's a bolty again. There's no Panzer in there. Oh, there is one Panzer.
Oh, there's one. A Panzer and a bolty.
Take it. Take it. Vorpal Sword, they're looking for the loot. And Salik for a compound. Unfortunately for him, he will go down. Solo will collapse. For those that don't know, these are the bear caves I was talking about. You know, they will respawn. I have noticed more and more teams are changing their outfit as well. You know, you've got those multi-slots. You change towards those multi-slots, you are seen as kind of as a DC bed. That was DC'd. If for those that don't know, bears are players. There's a team bears in chat. More and more apparent that people are very particular about what they wear. It's not like the old G days where you wear the brightest thing. So you see more green camouflage coming into play when on the Irangles. You see more yellow gear or that sort of sandy, orangey style gear coming into Miramars, and now these white tracksuits, the white bear outfits. Arguably, it does help a bit.
Oh, it helps in ranked. It helps in, scrims and stuff. But Razor, you better run. He's on his way. Oh, there we go. Razor got him with the G36. But the big thing is that we're kind of talking about, Mark, was it's all well and good, but once you start playing in actual competitions like PEC, all of a sudden you're forced to wear specific outfits for that event. And I love the PGC outfits, but boy, do they stand out. Those blue outfits for that last PGC, they stood out a lot.
They literally glow as well. But yes, obviously because they've been on the esports server, so they're not aware, and obviously from the esports server, they will be told or advised that they have to wear a set gear or a selection of gear that they have to turn into. That's why you see them all in the same, give or take.
What do you think of the gear that's just been released in the latest patch? I actually like the new pan, the one that you can upgrade.
Yes. About time I got a pan.
I like it.
I'm not much of a bolty. I do like it visually, but I do like the mini. I'm a bit of a fan for a mini. I go between the mini and the MK. I'm gone back to the mini recently, so I'm looking forward to that. But what I really do like is the marketing. I love that kind of comic style, so anime stylish adverts. I think they're cool. I just want to see more of that, basically.
And you know what I like even more than that? The JS9 getting the damage reduced. Oh, I'm sure everybody in chat liked that. But let's have a look at this battle that's going on now on the edge, because we got the Sauna Boy, Scav, putting a third eye right into the skull of Hakator, or so said, who is down. Navi have taken a couple of casualties already, and well, the Sauna boys, they ain't messing around. They're going to close that gap nice and early. That molly prevents the vault out from the front. So what they're trying to do is make it easier to take on this fight, easier to guess where the push from Navi could potentially come from. Scav rotating wide. Navi do have cover way off, or they did have cover in the background, but you can see now that Fairest is closing that gap because he knows that he's needed in the close quarter combat.
He hasn't come all the way over just yet. I think he's just looking for a new position. Redundant what the guys are using the compound, but they are using the compound still really, really well. They've used the ridge, they've hit, they've run, and they're going to take the kill and just leave it at that. I know the next step is a dangerous one, and actually with that push over, that sort of engages Ferris and those side angles. Teams, give or take, are in. We've still got a few Exalt, FaZe and Pod remaining teams now in. As I mentioned, Question Mark won't really move from that compound. I think they're expecting another heavy shift. I do worry actually with the water being in on Vikendi that sometimes we see a lot of coastal terrain holds out for a long period of time, but for now we'll have to wait and see for the zone to come in. Early rotations, 18 teams, 66 players still up.
Yeah, it makes the early game a lot more fun whenever you've got more teams. It's a little less tactical because you're causing a lot more fights, but it is more fun. GG do elect to take that hill that we spoke about a little bit earlier with the split. You're seeing Foot playing just to the south of that, a little bit, or just beside where you see those drop icons in the center of the circle. Looking at the leaderboard, though, as it pops up on your screen right now, Mark, Quinn or Die, again, I challenge them to be more consistent this year. Anytime I've casted them, the consistency has been much better, and they see themselves top of the lobby right now with 26 points.
It is really tight though. Look at that, 26, 24, 23. Just the Mines did drop down. They were sitting top, but Win or Die closing that second game up, put them on top spot. Game glad that is a huge jump for them, but 14 points, still only 2 games in, so can go either way at the moment. But talk about going either way, looks like Na'Vi now trying to get some connection over towards the Sauna boys, but they disengage, they hold the front line. They're waiting for Na'Vi to push forward. This is a dangerous duo, this kind of Hakatori and Diffix bromance. He is very, very tightly knit, and I do worry when both of them are up and they are pushing. They are forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they're going to move. They don't want to stay in this fight too long. They want to be in the car when the zone pops, and the zone does pop. And, well, they made the right decision. They should get into the zone nice and early. Vorpal Swords, the real benefactors of that zone shift. You can see that we live again. 2 players inside of Kranich. They're going to send 2 more up onto the hill as they look to spread out and take terrain. But elsewhere, I'm looking at the northwest. That could be trouble. I'm also looking at Mad Bulls. For a second, they got pretty close to Kino and the rest of fellas, but it looks like they've recalled back to Castle.
It can be a hard hold. Castle, I'd love to have a Castle ending. I don't think I'm going to get what I want, but we'll see. The Mines taking some shots though as lays down some air. Over and let's get the car back just about, so he'll be on his way, but there's a lot of traps here. Foot set one up, Solo able to pick, unfortunate, a death from one of them, and I think Footy Sports waiting for more cars to come their way. It's just the train does work really well for them. I said before, Question Mark, I've seen these guys play this compound, I've seen them play at 2-2, I've seen them get chicken dinners for this compound as well, so no surprising they've got deployable shields in certain areas. I think this is well rehearsed for them. I think that's waiting and ensuring no teams come close enough to even think about crashing the compound.
Even the position of that shield allows them to be more aggressive peeking out of the compound than you normally would want to be. But let's pay attention to We Live Again. Top 3 finish in the last map. Now they're going head to head with Vorpal Swords, but they've got a pretty good angle. So Nordskiff tossing smokes to his left, trying to identify if there's anybody closer to this compound that he needs to be a little bit more worried about. That'll be PWD eliminated as fellas pick up that kill. Mark, look at this. Up on the edge of the zone. Twisted Minds getting very close now to the members of Sauna Boys.
They pushed back though. I thought they were going to fall on top though. So the bear fighting started happening though as our boys are taken underground. So they're going to be cautious. Those bears will respawn. FaZe now work their way in as well. They're going to come in the sort of northeast corner. They'll leave behind Exalt. Just behind him, but Exalt don't want to leave him without saying goodbye. James takes 2 big taps to the back of his head. He's going to be down to a 2-shot. He needs to be cautious though. A 2-2 split for them. I think they'll be happy, Exalt, but 2 one split. Art needs to figure out he can take as many shots as he wants as FaZe, but if they're stopping, he needs to rethink about how he gets himself back into this zone.
Mm-hmm. It's good though whenever you've got a full complement of players that you can leave someone on the edge and scout the way Art is doing. Gustav doing something similar for FaZe, but he's now leaving his compound to make his way into the zone. Castle being held by Mad Bulls. Does Moldoc have the vehicle tucked in below the bridge?
Assume so.
No, is he on foot? I'm pretty sure I saw a vehicle here earlier.
They played out as well, so they came back to Castle, but then they've pushed two. So Ibby's on one side. I think they're looking for teams that are going to come send him free. Remember, when you're on the ice, you kind of got to point forwards. Any deviation, you're not able to sort of wiggle your way out of things. So I think they're relying on a little bit of a push now. But yeah, look, Ibby's sitting at the top here. Quizzy does come down. Nixie just holds that south side. Having a look over here. Fellas will be happy. Zone's going to pop again. It's game number 3. Going to go phase number 3. And there we go. Should go up. There we go. It does. She does come back down very aggressively. Holds the high ground. We now lose the castle. And I think Quizzy will be happy to see the fellas leave the compound. We're going to tell him that actually, do you know what? If we don't push in too far, we could potentially take the outside. Oh, Kino spins round. And it reminds him what he's got. Let's put some good shots though on Quizzy.
Yeah, Twisted Minds get wiped as well by Foot on the edge of the zone, so that's nice for them to get some points on the board. Foot again, I think Foot's got a pretty high ceiling this year too, Mark, right? You got to think that they've been... Obviously, it's not the same roster that Foot first appeared under the console scene or the PC scene from, but I love the leaps and bounds that they have moved. And here come FaZe, and I thought they were going to land right on top of Solo for a moment, but they're going to play for the hills.
Love it. Cassie parachute. Let's go, James. Gonna take some heavy hits though. WLA will turn towards 990. They don't know how to get there. We'll get down onto the base though, he says. No, blaze up through the trees, sends down Gustav. He's unable to get the flush, I don't think. I think the boys are having a look for it, but they can't. The train there is able to provide the cover that is needed. Crixie does come over. We are seeing WLA hold the centre of the compound as well, the centre of the zone. As though their compound's pretty much broken apart. But we've got a little bit of safety. Most of the teams have got a bit of a difficult rotate. Now look at this south side. Foot trying to do the damage. They've done the damage onto Twisted Minds. They're trying to now catch Pod, but Pod Presenti. Anthony Beamy, great shots back though. Unable to keep his boy alive at the moment. It's a bit far for potential res, but hey, heady. Oh. And that's why you got a name with back to bolt when you put shots down like that.
It's a probably won't get rezzed here, but still the off angle, that knock and flush coming through keeps this fight balanced. Now it is on the edge of the zone. Beamy just firing rounds of 7.62 into the smoke with a Mosin, but not able to catch anyone this time around. That beautiful Mosin, by the way, one of my favorite skins that they've got in the game right now is that pink Mosin one. The unicorn kind of themed at one. Mark, elsewhere around the circle, I'm looking at all these rotates from the west. You've got Hoyle pretty close by to win or die. Win or die, of course, down inside the cave. And win or die, we saw them clean out the cave from the bears a little bit earlier. You have to assume of your Hoyle that there will be players inside that position because of the fact it opens up onto the zone, because you can get vehicles into it. But look, we'll pick up on that a little bit later because question mark are fighting Foot.
Yep, T-Bone making the push forward. Knock comes in. Beamy is down as the two remain here. That's a quick kill confirmed. Sparrow able to get the point on the board. Now T-Bone and Vard is a dangerous duo, but remember what I said before. This is a well-rehearsed area here for question mark, so it's kind of a crash they need to practice and deal with it. I've seen them deal with it before. Nades do come in. They bounce off. They know exactly where the deployable shields are going to be to help with that as well. That's at the moment. Foot trying to figure out exactly where question mark are trying to breach in.
There's a little jump scout. T-Bone, though, gets one. T-Bone gets two. He's just better. He tries to get the flush, but he will fall. And that is the end of Foot. But the reses will be there for question mark. We see that Hello My Bad from Win or Die was able to take down one of the members of Hoyle as they moved in. FaZe Clan will get eliminated by Navi as two international juggernaut orgs go head-to-head on the edge of the zone. But let's not rule out Vorpal Swords, who are a little bit towards the north. The shift, though, Mark, not going the way of a lot of these teams towards the northwest because they now have to make their way in again.
Sounds pretty horrible. Let's go down towards the other side. So I'm trying to pod hard, trying to crash in now on question mark. And, taking advantage of Foot. Foot did get that steal at the end as well. I thought it was like, I'm going, I'm taking it with me style. Sheesh though now sit just inside the zone. So again, another team that's going to be eager to maybe stop both these teams getting their way in. Dante going to pop a med up in with the M249. Rocks though still keeping eyes on question mark now as they find themselves having to leave for the first time. M249 not underway just yet. Doozy pushing himself in, but I feel like they're going to push themselves straight in towards Sheesh here. Able to put the brakes. I think he's going to have a little look here. Phil first does go over. I think they're looking to try and stop our pod team coming out. They know that Sheesh is neighbouring them, and they've been neighbouring them for quite some time as well.
Oh, long time. Here come Winner Die towards question mark as well, getting themselves into a bit of a crossfire as the vehicle's lost 2 tires and is about to blow. A Doozy will hop out, but there's the kill coming through. Another player does fall. Question mark eliminated, but now, hello, my bad. 3, 2, 1. That vehicle's going to blow. He's got to get out of there before the explosion does any additional damage.
Oh, wow.
12 damage on the shot. 1 HP.
Jeez.
And he'll get the first aid off. But Mark, he's still not in the circle. And here comes Dante. Dante will probably take out a nade of some sort. No, does he have one? No, it looks like he's going to do this with the barrel of his gun. I'm surprised. No, he does have nades.
He does, yeah, he does have him. I think he's tried to get over here. I think he's taking a side hit, though, from Sheesh. And we know Rox is taking a fight with them as well. So I think he's toying up the idea of, do I push, do I not push? There was a P90 pushing his way, but Sheesh will have a bit of a cover here. Fella's getting involved as well, and how on the other side. Dante is going to be cautious, has heard the fighting over here. Hello, my bad. Does take the opportunity now to get some meds on the go, but before he does that, he's going to get a kill and a steal on the board. Fellas have pulled up, Howl down and out now. They're going to try and take the fight here. Sheesh in that train on the other side. They're going to have to hunker down. Zone is pretty messy, and there we go. It makes it messy even more. South, southeast we go. Navi, happy. Sauna boys, they've got the sauna out. Rest of the teams, it's a difficult fight now into this zone.
Yeah, I wonder if we're near the time when the bears start respawning too, because that could make things a little bit more messy for Vorpal Swords or Exalt, but that'll be the end of Vorpal Swords. Will now smoke your way up. You gotta work your way all the way around if you want to try to get this res off by the blue. You have 30 seconds to get up there, get the res. Art is going to just parkour his way up to the top.
Parkour.
Little hop, little jump. Yeah, parkour. That's like watching me and you try to do parkour there. That's what that is.
I'm professional, mate. You actually see me at LAN. I'll be doing roly-polies.
See, if I meet you at a LAN now and you're not doing like somersaults and stuff, I'll be disappointed.
Mate, we need to be mate, I think me and you will be dangerous in a LAN because we will be cheering. I like a good chant, mate. I go to the football all the time. So, depends if you're there at the LAN, mate. Me and Gibson might be making songs up for teams.
Me and Mark will be meeting soon. We're going to a LAN event in another title in Manchester later this year.
Oh.
If you're about, give us a shout.
If you're about, give us a shout. There you are. That's the first chant underway. Exalt, they do get one. I was going to say the guys should just crawl down, but unable to get the other. Blaze does go down. Sancho is waiting. I think he'd be watching and waiting. 4 teams have to try and work their way, and Sauna boys are happy. Jenny's under pressure here. Hell of my bad, store alive. Look as well. The fella's trying to come in. Sancho does go down. Navi hits the side hit. Kido with his Hawkeyes puts Kino down to a 2-shot. But the molly will come out. The molly is pretty good. Does spread, but Hawkeye pushes himself just on the outside. That'd be enough, though. These two, Aro, Kino, they know they can now push. And we are seeing multiple fights. 8 teams, 22 players. Phase number 5. Again, another game. We have a large number of players remaining.
Yeah, I love it. 8 teams, 22 players alive inside of Phase 5. But those numbers will start falling even quicker. You've got Ibby and Nixie trying to combine to get rid of We Live Again. You have Saddest just in the distance. Look, Ibby's keeping an eye on the flank, so he's going to keep an eye towards the east. Nixie will deal with the players towards the west. The trust that these two have in each other is massive right now. Navi will send Fairest into the blue. Look at how much damage that's taken out of the jammer pack just to wrap around to get behind Exalt.
You like them. I like they're in comp as well, because it allows teams to do those crazy plays before. Historically, he's had to put a med on halfway. He's waited, he's held it long enough, and now he's used it well. Big nade comes in, that's used well. Straight over the top, not too far away. And Pod are fighting by hook or by crook. Sheesh one side, the Sauna boys trying to play out with them on the other side.
Pod Samuel eliminated. Iro, by the way, has got an arm in his back pocket. He might get an angle if he looks a little bit more towards his right, but Fellas needs to move towards Sheesh. They're getting the res off in the midst of all of this as well. We've got 44 seconds until we get that blue zone closing the gap once more. Sauna boys need to make their way outside. Navi still battling with Exalt, and the longer this goes on, the more chance that Exalt could get pushed on the other side by the Mad Bulls as well, because both of these teams on the edge of the zone need to move in.
Yeah, peek there from Mark. But Burris back down, but he's got no heavy util just to end it. And shots come over. Exalt do have now reinforcements that they needed there like half a second ago. That would have been a different ending. Burris still taking a heavy barrage, but I think he's doing the right thing now. He's going to wrap his way back down. This is going to be up to Hakatori now to try and stop the shots coming down towards him. Exalt have to move. Sauna boys just about in. Our Mad Bulls are in. Sheesh are in. And unfortunately, though, for the fellas, Aro, AWM, he might have the big hitting power with the bolty. He needs to get running. Unfortunately, teams are very much locked in and focused on him. This might be a die to blue, as their car is spent.
If I got killed by somebody playing an angle like that through the axle of a car, I'd be fuming. That is a nasty little angle that Iro had. He's got a level 3 helmet, but he is going to go down to the blue as Janny will hit him. Down fellas fall in 6th place. Looks like Art has pushed towards the Mad Bulls as they've decided this is the way they want to push that nades. A good one. And Ibby is wiped. It's a 3v3v2v2. Exalt, Sauna Boys, Navi, and Sheesh. And Sauna Boys, they've lost one, but they've got control of the south side of the zone. They've had a pretty good map so far. 4 kills on the board. And Mark, they're sending Scav towards this ridgeline, which will give them a little bit of control in and around the center of the circle.
I mean, he pushed up here quite early. He got caught, so they've been a little bit reluctant. But they've got this wonderful kind of like moon bowl they can play into. It curves around nicely, gives them a lot of protection. They've got to make a decision. They have lost one, and it's which side do they defend. I actually would like them to sort of stack up, maybe go round towards the west, try and clear the team that's in front of them. The gunshots they can hear. You can see Hakatori, you can see that kind of edge of the bowl, and I think that's going to allow them to kind of just chip team off at a time. Exalt, no, they don't like to go down without fighting. They are down 1 DBNO, and that's all been confirmed up now. So Jenny puts another point on the board. It's a 2 versus 2 versus 2, and our 3-man strong, they're the ones that have left the compound.
Yeah, with a circle like this too, this could be very heavily influenced by utility. Not just the primary utility being your smokes and nades and lethals, but even the helmets and vests, right? Because you're looking at Sheesh, they've got pretty good nick. 2 players with level 3 vests. They've got pretty good helmets as well. I think Sauna Boy should be in a decent spot, but I was looking at Exalt, and yeah, just as you speak about it, Duncan's not in a great spot at all. That helmet has taken a beating, as has the vest. They've got no lethals. This could all come down to utility in the late stages.
Utility does win games, and on the other side, yes, Sheesh have got the armor, but they've got no util. Zone, they do have though, and that tends to keep you alive, especially a little bit longer. With a blue zone, doesn't matter about what util you've got or armor you've got on your back itself. Johnny, though, I do like making things happen here. He's working his way down. Duncan trying to get eyesights on as the Gilly plays peekaboo a few times over. Looks like Navi trying to make the push the other way. They're going to take opportunity, and Hakatori does get Duncan now. So Exalt focusing in on Sheesh. They dropped the ball a little bit. Navi trying to, again, make an opportunity happen for them. They're working their way around. They're taking multiple fights forward. Hakatori pops the smoke, but Ferris is really driving this sort of Navi spear forward. It's down to Sauna Boys. They can't just sit here. They can't wait. If they do, a team like Navi, a team like Exalt, or a team like Sheesh can clear the board, get rezzed, and they will be more than happy to take a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, and Sheesh have got the Groza as well on the edge of this hill. Hakatori will get his 2 kills as down go Exalt. And we've got ourselves a 3v2v2. There's Johnny getting the knock onto Ferris, and with that knock coming through, this is the chance for Sergey to step up. Two shots with the SLR. It does a lot of damage, but needs to find a couple more, and there you go. Sergey will find that kill, and it's a 3v2 now for the victory. Dedricks with a lot of bullets to play with inside that Groza, and they've kind of technically got a little bit of high ground that they can use against the Sauna Boys, but Sauna Boys should lock this one out. But Mark, like the last map, if we see Sheesh get a first knock, it turns the tide massively in this one.
Has turned the tide and nearly went the other way. When I were able to hold it. See if the numbers can hold it again. 3 versus 2 is game number 3. And phase number 7, we are going to go to the dot. Arguably, the Sauna Boys are holding it. Sheesh, though, the Groza in the hand. They've got the armor on the back. They've not got the util required. Scav, here's the click. He moves his way up. Sheesh, they tighten themselves up. They want to stack forward 2 versus 1 here. Good shots come on, but it doesn't go their way. Gianna is the final player. Can he find that final knock? He cannot. Sauna Boys, cool, calm, collective under the heat. They put 7 kills. It's a 17-point game. It's a good ending. I think they might have wanted a few more kills though at the end there, Sauna Boys.
So Mark, what flag is that on the hot tub?
If you got a fin, you get a win, mate.
Yeah, it's the Finnish flag. I always say it. If you want to win, get a fin. They take the chicken dinner this time around. And that's great for them as well. You know, it's another roster. In a lobby like this, you don't expect them to win very many maps because it's stacked from top to bottom. But seeing a team like that step up and get the win is huge. And they took it against Sheesh too. And Sheesh are a pretty good team when you look at the players that they have. Like Johnny's a great player. Gedrix is another very good one. Really happy for Sauna Boys because it wasn't a case of just playing the long game there. They were in battles the whole way through. We saw them fighting with Navi early on. I think they had a bit of a battle with FaZe at one point. Like, really good job by Sauna Boys to take that one.
Yeah, and you're right. They were fighting front and behind at all times. They weren't left alone. They were holding a good position, a very open position in terrain, able to get themselves to the trees. And it was nice control at the very, very end. Good play. But that means that's the cool, calm, and collective. The Finns pick the Vikendi underneath their belt. We're going to take a quick break, though. When we come back, it is going to be Tago. We know Tago recently has been a bit more crazy, despite I've been harping on about how much it's getting calm and cooler and people understanding the rotations. Recently, it has been mad. Sit back, relax. If you've got any popcorn, it's time to get it on. See you guys in a few.
I can't stand the tears, it's just making me cry. Didn't know why I was with. Didn't know why I was with.
Fill him up another pot of blood. Then he throws the money on the bar. He never lets me keep the change. Fighting with the mirror, he's deranged. Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile? Asking me to play their favorite song. Play it so that they can sing along. Will they hear what I'm writing? I'll give them something more exciting. To make them smile, to make them smile. to make them smile, to make them smile. Says I never call her, hang her on. Thinks I've got another girl in town. Should've thrown it all away, or should've stayed another day. And she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile, and she will smile. Why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why don't you smile? Why won't you smile?
Let's go, Tego for map 4 on the night, taking us from 6 o'clock, making our way up to 1A south to northeast, finishing on the edge of Shipyard. Very favoured towards the east this time, Mark, and I've seen some very tricky zones for players to work their way through whenever the flight path looks like this.
It's two dangerous spots here, right? Actually, there's three, arguably. The end of the river on the east-hand side, that's always difficult to balance between which way you shoot. You see a lot of 2-2 covers. Airport fields, very dangerous. Studio is going to be my favourite. Anywhere down that south side, that studio, a little bit to the northwest of it, we sort of see the construction sites and those hills, those dips and crevices. You've got to know the map to be able to play these areas. But it could go to the west. That could cause major problems here. She should have gone out early. We've seen obviously the fellas go down early as well. Arguably, it does favour the river. So if it goes up towards Yogong or Shipyard or pushing over towards Palace best it can be quite dangerous. 15 seconds or less to go before we figure out where this zone one pops.
I know a lot of the players won't want this circle to go around question mark, though, because we know how that terrain can be difficult to play for a lot of these sides.
Oh, you've done it.
And funny enough, it's in and around there. And the reason why I said that statement, right, and even more so in this lobby than normal, is the extra teams. This is a bit of terrain where I think compounds are king. Like, I think Tego does a very good job of mixing terrain and compound play. But this section is very heavy on compounds, and with there being 18 teams instead of 16, that's 8 more players trying to find a spot inside of Phase 1 that could lead to some trouble. Now, Mark, you look at the circle and you look at the drops. I think that we will see some teams look at this and go, right, we're going to rotate all the way to the west. So, you know, you look at maybe Vorpal Swords or Solo. You know, cross the bridge over by Palliser, even go further west and cross that bridge that takes you over by Hapo, because with the flight path you have and the tracking you have and the fact that you know it's going to be very busy on the north side of the circle, you want to give yourself the best opportunity to get into the gate circle and play the late game. And how happy do you think in addition to that point, how happy do you think GG are that they're not getting hot dropped here as they were every single time over the course of two of the first Viva Curvies and New Year's bashes this year?
Yeah, I think they've argued out that this is their kind of area. What I do like as well, they've changed the dynamics. So with the hot drop, they hunkered down. With a zone like this, they'll look at it exactly as you said it, and they will move quite quickly. So we already see them dropping off, picking up cars. I would not be surprised. We're not going to see them hold the fishing camp area. They're not going to try and hold that pallet bridge. It doesn't favour that northwest side of the zone. What they're going to try and do is get down towards kind of that school area. Navi played it the other day really well. Needs to be careful. Technically, it is question mark terrain down here. You mentioned the compounds. I think they are strong. I think arguably there's a lot more hills and crevices that these teams are likely going to start trying to play. And if it continues to go down towards that Songham area, that's going to cause us some more issues. But for now, how? They're trying to hold a compound, and WLA, they're already trying to take it away from them.
We saw a great fight in this exact compound last week, Mark, if you cast your minds back. So let's see if Ruin can do the same. No, he can't. Ruin's going to get taken out. Now, he does have support here, but it's maybe a little bit too late. Honestly, if you're Howl, you got a full commit, and that's what they've done. Here comes Code Marco and Quepa to help out as well. So it's a 3 versus 3 now, but Marco has already taken a lot of damage. Oh, that off angle, Mark. Is there a line of sight? I don't think there is. The terrain just keeps Howl covered. And at some point, Nordskiff may be required to land and crash in on this gunfight between We Live Again. Yeah, there we go. Nordskiff cannot sit back on his laurels. It'll be a 4v3.
Yeah, he's got Zeke his way now. Don't give away his sound cues. If he does do it well, he exposes the whole side of How to get out. This is where he's going to see him. Nice position in the car. He's seen the heads. I don't think the heads have seen him. A little bit too late. The boys have now moved in. Nice move up with the smoke. Actually, I think How have seen him. They pushed himself. Look at that parkour straight over the top. It's going to cause them some damage in the sense that they need to focus above him, but they know he can't get the shots. What it will stop How doing is pushing over, and with a knock like that, that's all you needed to do. Great reaction. WLA trying to make the fight back right now. Just be cautious though. Don't think he's looking up though. They're going to try and get one. Phase go down and out. Jump shot, baby. Oh, and shotgun it does to the end. WLA 4 kills cleaned out, but it's not the first team. Phase already gone. Soon to follow with How.
Was that an S12K drop shot, by the way? That was impressive. Here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing though, Mark. We've got ourselves 16 teams, 64 players. This is how
about it, mate.
should be.
They said that. Do you know what? We've got Gibson. Let's just get rid of 2 early doors. We've got enough room now. We know we'll be happy to cast them from there. GG making their move down. Navi pushing their way back. Question mark go to that kind of default compound they do. So Navi going to have a little look over here as well. I think GG going to try and rotate their way around on this west-hand side. The question is, where do they stop? The hillside where Navi are, that is the kind of like the stopping ground before you look over the school. But Navi are pushing back to this northwest here. Avante will pop out. It's going to do that kind of scout. This is what you see from these sort of early rotating members of the team. Trying to look for the compounds early, trying to figure out what he can and can't see. As you see the card coming down, I think he's heard the card. Now seen the car, I think, from Effect. Seen it? Definitely seen it. Now, there you go. He has picked up the car, so he knows that's been taken. Doesn't know how many people are there. More importantly, he doesn't know Sosed's on the off ankle. And again, look at this. He's looking back the other way, doing exactly the same. These are the pro players, farming information very quickly, very effectively.
It's actually nuts, the impact that Allreen has on these lobbies as the coach of Navi, right? Because the amount of times that we see the pathing intersect between GG and Navi is nuts. They both want to play the same way with the same circles, and that is going to cause both of these teams trouble over the course of this year. Now, Uba is close by. Here comes the reinforcements. So it's Sosed up against the 2 members of GG. Now, I give Sosed a lot of praise earlier. You know, we look at how he played for Solo. It was Solo he played for last year. I'm not crazy. He was nuts for them. But he is going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat to get this 1 versus 2 against Uba and Melman, 2 of the most experienced players in global PUBG, never just mind Europe.
Vante taking some shots. He actually put Diffix down to a 1. Hakatori, he was covering Soset, but has to draw his attention back here. And look at that, are actually finishing things up. So GG's now down to a 3. I think the logic is Na'Vi will have a good idea who they're fighting, and they definitely know now. There's 1, there's 2, 3 times unlucky. Said lays it down. Na'Vi ends GG 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Give us a 4th kill.
And that's why they picked him up, Mark. Said is nuts. He is nuts.
Insane.
I think Hakatori is the same. Look, I love it. We'll talk a bit more about Na'Vi a little while, but we've got another gunfight kicking off here as 990C and Twisted Minds will begin to go head-to-head. There's Defex falling for Na'Vi, but I'm sure they'll not mind too much with a couple of points on the board here as well. But yeah, you know what? I don't see this gunfight properly kicking off for another few moments. But yeah, remember last year, Luminosity, STK. I would say they had their year ruined by the fact that they constantly hot dropped and got into gunfights with Synergy, right?
Yep.
Those two teams fought each other in the early phases on so many maps and really ruined their chances of getting points. I think Na'Vi and GG need to be very careful this year too, that because they path together so often, they could end up doing themselves a lot of damage trying to qualify for these events as well. There's Sancho stepping up, missing the chance to get the knock onto Batulans. Will go for seconds. Batulans hits him a bit harder this time around, and there's Lou with the knock. But yeah, Mark, what do you think? Do you think GG and Na'Vi could be each other's worst enemies when it comes to qualifying as well? I know Na'Vi are part of the GPT, but GG need to be careful.
GG have got more to lose. That's the problem. Yeah, it's not these like one and done games anymore. Vikendi, Tego, they're there to stay now, right? So, and arguably, sometimes the maps that we see big teams levitate. I mentioned Ascend and the beginning and opening of the stream. Ascend are one of these teams. They just have like Vikendi down. How normally have Vikendi down as well. They get high killing games. So if you're going out and you need to be fighting for a top 2 position to be able to qualify in GG's case, you can't be having fights here. I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I generally think it is down to coaching and muscle memory. Ulrich is clearly got a set way in which he works. There is a difference of how the players play. The players at GG, I'd say, are more aggressive than what we see from Na'Vi at the moment. But the rotations, the mindset, the game strategy is very, very apparent.
And I think that we'll naturally see over the next few weeks that maybe happen less and less, because I think that GG have they're long enough in the tooth to realize that could be a real possibility for them, because as we pointed out, Na'Vi being a GPT already guaranteed to go to some international events, whereas Gaming Gladiators, they need to fight tooth and nail by hook by crook to qualify. The only thing that could be a problem for Na'Vi is what happened last year, and that is not performing well enough in the regionals to get enough PGC points. So even though you're a GPT, you might not be able to turn up and show up. But again, that's just the joy of the EU region. There's so many teams that really deserve the shot, and I think I speak for a lot of EU PUBG fans when I say this. I think Question Mark right now have got the backing of all of the neutral fans inside of Europe, and after what happened last year, everyone wants to see Question Mark do really well.
I just want to see him get picked up. I just think they deserve it. So every year they reset. Every year they put huge numbers on the board, and arguably a team you can't count out. They will go swinging. If they got to throw it down for the final 2 days, they will do it, and they're one and gone. I like the different dynamics. Obviously, Adoozy flying around in the glider at the moment is quite well known. Put a couple of shorts up on YouTube about him now. But again, he's trying something new, and he's getting a lot of information. I wouldn't mind seeing it on the big stage. And again, worth mentioning, this team here, the fellas, Kino with the guys, Rustavar, Ara, and Michael, a team which technically has got the experience to do it. Kino's doing the IGL now for them, so it looks like it's quite settled. Be interested to see what they can do. I think they still need to figure out exactly what their rotations are and the hot drops and the drop zones they want. We see them go for more of a wider split. Severny is kind of the Erangel push for them. They'll go down, work their way back, so they're normally quite late to zone. But like what we see now, They're happy to sit on the outside edge. Sometimes they're happy to push on the inside. I don't feel like a consistency that I can read all the time from them. But maybe that's part of that Kino idea, in right? It's keeping these teams on their toes.
Kino's a great player. I think his IGLing will be really good to see over the course of the year, how he develops into that. There's a reason why he, went to PGC the year before as a substitute for, wasn't it FaZe he went as the sub for in 2022?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a reason why they take him, because if you go as a sub to these events, you know that realistically you're not going to be playing, but what you are going to do is help the team. You're going to watch the VODs, you're going to talk to them about what other teams are doing, what's happening, and it just goes to show how much respect FaZe players put on Kino, that they wanted him to be that fifth player to travel. They wanted him to be the person doing analysis work for them. And I think Michael knows exactly what he's done by picking up Kino. Like, let's be real, Michael, Rostanmar, Aero, and Kino, they're four very good players. And instead of waiting for something to happen and get picked up, they did it themselves. They made their own team with the four of them. And I think that they've definitely got the talent to be in the mix as well when it comes to qualifying for events. But it'll come down to consistency for them, because I think maybe, look, Michael, I love you, but I think consistency's maybe been the problem for him sometimes.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. She's got a lot of love for both of us, especially on the PNC
I'm in his
days.
Discord.
Oh yeah, well, I think we're all in there. I had to fight for my British fights though in that Discord.
They give me the British role, even though I'm not British.
Yeah, hold on, I had to fight for mine.
They give it to me.
What?
He did it in badness because he knows I'm Irish. I'm pretty sure that's why they gave me the role.
Love it, absolutely love it. Anyway, nice knock though from Twisted Minds that allowed them to go for that rotate. They rotate their way now towards Na'Vi, so it's going to get himself a little bit closer. Ferris trying to wrap his way down. Got to be cautious though. You do see Whittle Die rotate their way around. Varda does get a knock with Sheesh, but Twisted Mind get the first knock. Kakatori is down. Ferris had to go a little bit quiet now. He needs to try and lose the sound cues, as if Twisted Minds push forward, he's going to get the opportunity to get that side hit. But hey, talk about side hits, that's question mark. He needs to smoke, he's got to push forward, gets initial shots on, doesn't quite get the connection. He's the final player now. Nades going out willy-nilly, but it's going to be more to finals coming in. Twisted Minds go down, one more to go. He eventually going down. Twisted Minds under explosive action will take up Na'Vi, 15th place for them. And here we go, straight on top, win or die. There goes one. Two, Example is trying to stay alive as best he can. Seems like we've got no more mortars. Able to maybe get at least Crazy Lou back up before we see any pigeon. Oh my god, welcome to Tago.
Man, this win or die that I've seen over the course of the last 3 weeks, that is how good they can be. Go on, here we go. Here we go. Send it up. How is your trigonometry? A little bit off. Little bit off. This
that
one.
First one wasn't theirs.
Come on.
Oh, they're coming short. Oh,
there we go. Hello, my bad. Oh, with another one. Here comes the last. Is it going to be? Oh no, that's a plane. There we go.
Interesting, that first one wasn't from them. It actually came from the north. Maybe WLA, I'm not quite sure, but they threw one over. Oh, it goes back for the res. How many? Is Win or Die just been farming mortar shells at the moment? Hell of my bad, it's been on one. These are not coming from them now. These are coming from the compound. Yes, coming from solo. They're just running a bit too short. I think Hello My Bad's like, hey, can I have the mortars? I know exactly the coordinates you need. They are still raining in. He's off for Crazy Lou. That's the third time.
Oh my! This is literally like the red zone.
It's always good. We'll take the last one as well. I really feel for him. They have locked in so well onto this, and Crazy Lou is down. Lucky enough, the mortars don't break your lids and your vest, because Lou would be out on that one alone.
I just don't know what Lou's thinking. He's been knocked twice. Oh, poor Presente. There's Vantos with a nice angle. Pin will get the trade back. It's actually Dante that trades that one on the edge of the blue. But yeah, Twisted Minds were literally in a red zone for the last 3.5 minutes minimum. Here's a big nade being tossed. Will it bounce? Will it roll? It takes a great... That bounce was incredible. This one bounced the wrong way. But Pod Samlet under some serious trouble. Michael and the rest of the fellas closing this gap. Presente does eventually get flushed out, so that point will go off towards, I think that was the other members of GC. Michael with another nade. That'll be rocks. That's the target this time. Pin's going to start throwing nades back the other way. Michael needs to be careful, and he gets the knock on to Pin, and there's just one member of Pod Samuel left alive. Fellas know this. Fellas are closing the gap. Stun Grade's going to just completely confuse and keep Dante in the dark. Dante steps back, though. He manages to take down Kino, and he finds himself now in a 1 versus 2. Blue zone is here, though, and that means he will be forced to pop that first aid. His teammate will fall. I don't think Penn has any chance of getting rezzed unless you win this. Dante, behave yourself. But he does enough damage with the blue that Pod Samuel are eliminated, and Michael moves in. Michael's going to fall back, pick up his teammates, maybe.
Nice.
Yeah, he's get in the car, pick them up, put them in the car, try get in.
Nah, Michael's hardcore, mate. Michael's a PNC champion, mate. When you're a champion like this, mate, you can take the lobby on. He's going to make his way now in towards zone. I think he's going to be down on meds, to be fair. A lot of action going on. Didn't quite unfold. Worth noting, actually, with Pin there, he moved out the way of the player. He was trying to find some information. He actually moved back there to allow the player just the freedom of movement on that rock. And also, if you clocked, he dropped the med as well. It's easy to pick up a med on the floor like that than it is to be able to pick it off and put an individual's body. So I like that. Really small IQ bits and pieces there. Worth making a note. Sometimes you don't want to be in the way of your play. You might be down. Yes, you might be able to get some information, but sometimes you've got to just let them do their work.
Poor Sergey didn't know where to go when you were talking. He was getting shot from everywhere. He did fall in the end. But, you know, Sauna Boys, they're back in the top 10. Another couple of teams fall. They get some placement points again, which would be huge for that roster. Again, they're not one of the better-known teams. You and I know them from working in some other regions and scrims, and again, it's always big to see the lower tier teams perform well. But you've got Vorpal Swords and We Live Again, who all have their eye on this shack because there's not much that you can really play with in and around this section of the map. Look at this, Molotok's pushing, and Elska steps out. Elska gets the knock onto Razor, and that's a huge knock from the Sauna Boys. Nades being tossed up as well. The bike will absorb the brunt of the shrapnel this time, so it will not push over yet. Does Razor will get taken down. Another player, Habako, has been taken down by Question Mark. And this is huge for Sauna Boys. As Question Mark, are there, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah, they can sit tight. I think they're in anymore. They're not. Even the next step really for Question Mark, where a doozy is, I kind of like where you played it. You've seen it pull back to that sort of area, and you can put yourself in there. Didn't quite get it this time, so they've got to get shifting. So a couple more shots now. Vorpal Sword looking to try and make the play forward. Some of the boys are there. There goes one. There goes two. But PWD ends it for them. Actually, the boys now getting shot in the back. WLA causing some problems. And there we go. Vorpal Sword. They're going to go 9th place as well. Nice to see Mad Balls are up here. Monodoc though, 9 meds. I think, does he know the boys there? Does he know that WLA right in front? He's going to try and med his way out. He's got a maybe it's the FAMAS. I'd stay in the blue for the FAMAS.
Yeah, I'm looking at it this way, right? In a tournament, Monodoc will probably take this kill. You're in 8th place. You know, 1 extra team falling gets you no additional placement points, but the kill would. He's got his eye on the rest of them, knows where they are. It's all about picking which target you can confirm out. So this is going to give you a really good idea into how Monodoc considers these scenarios. Right, 6 more meds, still creeping your way inside the circle. I think the minute he realizes that he cannot get any further, or that he is guaranteed a kill, like 100%, he will take. At least that's what I think will happen. And I think wrong all the time. So do not be surprised if the opposite of what I say happens. The fact that he's got so many meds, Mark, just buys him so much time.
Yeah, I think he is going for Sadis, but I think he wants to get into this little bowl below him. They're just on the outside, and there's these like little rocks in front of him that he can maybe play into. The danger for him is Hobart and Nordskiff, because they turn around, they look down. Unfortunately, he's going to be picked apart slightly. Kind of needs WLA to get a knock and focus their attention one way. Blue has some sound behind it as well, so he's going to be able to get away with some of the footsteps. Phase number 5, and he's running out of meds pretty quickly. He needs to make a decision of where he comes in. WLA have no idea. They've got a ball lurking just outside of their location.
5 damage per tick as well inside of phase 5, so that's why it seems to be going a little bit more. There's the vehicles being used, and this is actually buying even more time for Modoc, as the noise of the vehicle pushing gives him the opportunity to climb up a little bit further. Now he's going to have to fire. Sprays one, sprays two, but he is eliminated by Nordskiff, and Hoba will get back on his feet as well. Look, only because Hoba began running this way, he was forced into taking those shots in the end. I think he was trying to get the high ground, then strike, but Hoba made the decision for him. And with that being the case now, they need to make their way into the circle. Question Mark have been forced to move a little bit further as well by that zone shift. It was a nice try, and I think he didn't even get the extra point in the end too, because they went down in 7th instead of 6th.
Because if he got the knock, if he got the knock a little bit earlier, they wouldn't have been able to get the res. They were so close to zone. You kind of want that knock and the zone shift to be moving. I like the play. I think you're right. Maybe he was trying to play, and I would have gone into the rocks myself personally, but I'm not the pro. I would have come in maybe on the other side of that mountain.
We wouldn't even be alive, mate. We'd have been dead a long time ago.
Yeah, mate, I would have died on that jump shot with the S12. That would have been me.
To be fair, it's not just us. Blazor for 990C, he's got 10 meds, right? But you can see how much damage every tick in is doing to Blazor. So we're getting to watch another player have the exact same scenario back to back. So Blazor, lots of meds crawling in, but because this is phase 6 Mark, he doesn't have as much time when he decides to take on this gunfight as what we saw a little bit earlier. Vard, no clue he's here. Beamy has no clue that he's here. T-Bone, oblivious. HC, clueless, as Blazor will step in. And Footer going to move. This is actually bought him the opportunity.
Even seen us.
No,
Beamy saw him. He was
Beamy.
like, there's something out there, lads. It was unfortunate he had to go back for the car. If he got in one of those other cars, he would have got in. Footy Sports don't drop the ball. Nice movement down. It's open terrain. It's Tego style. Solo sit on the outside edge. They're going to try and take the third party foot trying to go in, but it's going to be the fight though for the middle section here. Looks like question mark though. Going to launch the nades over the top. WLA going to lose 1. 2. Let's go to 2. As that relay open train. It's a fight for the compound, and it's a fight for these hills first.
There was a fox in the coop, Mark. That's what they realise there now. Saddest boss will try to get out of there. 18 HP. We live again. Yeah, this is going to be tough, but he might just get around to get the res. He survived. He's done it. And he's reskinned the Dacia. Wow.
That car really stopped Win or Die. Oh, blue zone is going to chunk. There's 10 apiece, and there you go. Win or Die. I think they're living to the name. It's a 4 versus 4, though 3 versus 2. Completely different game. Phase 6, 4 teams. Teams have got more numbers as well.
Yeah, for the second time tonight, question mark inside the top 4. The last time we were in a scenario like this, they got 2nd place. Win or Die. Last time they were in this scenario, they managed to win the lobby out, consistently making the top 4 tonight, which is what I challenged them to do this year. Foot, the zone not pleasant to them as they need to move once more. You can tell that Solo know that they're off to the distance, and Scooby Hicks isn't reliant. They just need to be very careful because the center of the zone, which is a compound, is locked in by Win or Die. They've got crate weapons, they've got level 3 helmets, level 3 vests. They are literally being set up for success, but all these other teams have a completely different mind. I actually don't mind the positioning of a lot of these teams, right? Question mark. All they got to focus on because of the damage they did to the teams around them was focus on stepping forward. Get into the zone. You've got a vehicle. Choose which way you want to make your way into the zone because going in on foot is not the answer, right? You've got the smokes there. Oh, that head. You know what? If you get a knock, you crash. That headshot alone, that's enough. The damage that's just been done opens up the ability now to push the utility forces question mark back into the smoke to pop the first aids, but they've done the hard part. They've got themselves in towards the compound, but hello, my bad. We'll take down a doozy who was the covering fire, who was the support, and Footmark, they're using this opportunity to push as well. We've got 3 teams battling it out for this compound in the center of the zone. And there is question mark wiped out by Win or Bad. Oh, that's so disappointing for Foot though, Mark, because they wanted Question Mark to stay alive a little bit longer, and now they are lambs to the slaughter, stepping into the zone. Itzy, the last player alive. Oh, Win or Die did excellently there to give themselves this scenario. Itzy's down to 5 HP. Wow. Now we've got Solo with the 3, but Itzy is going to get pushed now, and you feel like Itzy is going to get eliminated. Win or Die, they'll take that kill, and they find themselves in a 4 versus 3. Oh, that could have been the game there for either of those sides, but Win or Die held their ground.
Great play from Foot. I don't want to take anything away from Question Mark. They went aggressive, they went hard, they wanted to try and take it. Nice play. Anchor hold from a doozy. Great crash. They had the RPs. The Panzers in their back pocket didn't quite work out their way, but it was eventually not going to fall for them. That Solo going to take his time, and Deadrock's unable to get those connecting shots. It's still a 4 versus 1. I kind of feel like a drive-by is coming our way, maybe, but yeah, maybe the Solo will live up to the name.
Get the res first. get the res for Win or Die. I think Hixes, I'd love to see him go for the drive-by, but I think that he knows that he's kind of pinned here as well. Getting in the vehicle and getting it started could just be the most difficult thing to do in this scenario. You're trapped. You've got the thrown at your back. Here comes the drive-by, but it's not even going to happen. There's Laosh getting the kill. Win or Die, 25 points this time around as they go. Not quite back-to-back, Mark, but it's a very good performance from Win or Die over the last few maps.
5 kills. They took 3, extended with 2, and he was on the outside trying to take the aggressive fight. Win or Die had the compound, though, for quite some time, and you mentioned the compounds being strength in Tego, and I think you're right. The mortars were on point as well from them. Just want to mention, though, I think Foot will be disappointed. I think there's been some great sections of outstanding play. Look at that Question Mark play. The dudes on the anchor, a good push from them. Foot identifying they're able to play into that. I think the Solo player really affected Foot. You've got to remember they were all going to move their way down. They ended up going 2, and the final 2, though, coming in after Beamy picking up the snake in the grass. I think that was a downfall. Yes, they might have got the kill, but because they weren't with the rest of the team, they had 2 left up. Imagine that as a 4-man Foot push at the end there. That could have been a different ending for Win or Die, but they controlled it well.
They controlled it well. They took the win, but Mark, we're going to jump into a break. When we come back, we'll have Erangel up for grabs. We'll see you in a few.
They broke the mold.
Take me out to the place I wanna be. Press the fire, all the scars in me. Didn't know why I was with.
Yeah.
Didn't know why I was with.
It's like I'm chilling in the Matrix, yeah. No neon, but there's neon light shining on the people when it's lighting up their faces, yeah. I guess I see you in my spaceship. Beam me up, provide enough for humans. I don't even come from extraterrestrial. If been someone died in stratosphere, gone. Guess they fear what they don't understand. I've had enough of this land, so take me up, take me up. I said just take me up, take me up. If If it comes to me and you just trust me, I don't give a fuck. I will smash you into smithereens. I got you to the dust.
Well, it's Erangel now for the final little hurrah of the night. 2 trips to the most storied map on PUBG to finish us off. Flight path will kick us off at around 4 o'clock, making its way up to 10. It's a southeast to northwest, just about touching the edge of George Bay as it makes its way towards the end. And you know, we got the Zarky on the map. Yes, everybody's going to see it in chat and go, oh, Zarky finished. Look, we've got a long way to go before Zarky finish can even be considered. But I do like this flight path because the teams that drop late in and around Zarky and George, if this goes down towards Millie Island, which is a possibility, they don't have a lot of time to loot, boot, and get their feet onto that southern island. But look, we'll see where the map takes us in a few moments' time. Elsewhere, Mark, no real early signs of aggression. There's 2 players, one of the Howl members and one of the WLA players that look like they may have been trying to get something around a vehicle spawn, but it's very, considering it's an 18-team lobby, it's very peaceful on these drops.
I'm surprised QM didn't try and go for that Stauber, as Na'Vi got their primary drop, not the alt drop, but they're going to go for the cars and maybe push their way down a little bit towards, and oh, you jinxed it. It's gone straight towards that Millie. Now, there's a couple of things we need to note here. Vorpal Sword, obviously, that's a drop zone, so there's no list there. We've got no Ascent, so we know there's no Novo taken as well. I think Exalt will be happy because they could push on that west bridge, and if they do it quick enough, they could hold out. We know Phase React really quickly to this style of zone as well. Wouldn't be too surprised. They don't want to hang around. I know them and Navi have kind of taken stabs at each other sort of there. They've taken a few points on different scrims, but objectively, they want to get across as soon as they can, and they will know there's only one other team on the other side of the bridge so far.
Yeah, that's actually very true. These teams that drop late will have a very good idea that Millie Island's got one team left on it. And the big thing is, Mark, those teams that I spoke about that dropped really late, like Winner, I genuinely think that their best option is an emergency pickup. Like, if you're looting and you find an emergency pickup early, get that down and continue to loot somewhere on Millie Island, because by the time you rotate all the way down this wonderful coast that we're following that road like a rally track at the minute. You're looking for...
Where is it?
Wally. We're trying to play Where's Wally?
No, it's a doozy. Where's Doozy's vehicle? It's normally down on that coast.
Yeah, it's not there.
Doozy won't
Doozy's... He's been grounded, mate. He's been grounded.
Is there one further up?
Air traffic control has said there's no flights permitted to take off from the map at the moment. But yeah, as we're kind of saying, Mark, it's very important that these teams that are very far away from the circle rotate really early, because as you can see with Exalt making their way in, Sheesh, it could be a very, very tough rotate.
Yeah, it's a speed to rotate. I think Exalt have actually not timed this right. They're actually coming in a little bit late. Arguably, they're just getting in front of Sheesh now. Back in the day when Johnny was on EP, you'd see they would rotate pretty quickly, especially down from this sort of Pachinki area. We haven't got formation gaming. They fight for Pachinki. Exalt will go over. Will Exalt stop and close the bridge? I very much doubt it. They know there's a team behind them. I think they're just going to position themselves on this north side of the island. I think they can get themselves further in.
Yeah, and I like that Navi moved early too. One of the teams that realized the scenario, Sauna Boys, really impressed. They had that emergency pickup. Kind of like what I said, as soon as they found one, get that up into the sky again. And Expo's not bad at all. Look, he's got level 3 vest, level 2 helmet. He's got himself a decent weapon, but he's got himself landing right on top of Vorpal's swords. And he gets down successfully. He's got a teammate up on top of this as well. Right, Elska, behave yourself, because Razor's taking down Expo. Here's the rest of the Sauna Boys. Oh, this could have gone the opposite way. This could have been brilliant, but it's still not over just yet. Scav will get taken down by Razor, but there's Sergey to take down Razor. Smart. Here's the last one he's landed as well. This is... Man, I love this. I love it.
I love it. He's like, help me! Parachute! He's been forced off the top. PWD, though, backed himself in slightly. We know he can be aggressive, so he'll be looking. There's a time served here. I think our Sauna Boys will be looking at this as they might find another team rotating round, and arguably will Vorpal Sword work up the hill. We can see them now appearing on that mini map, so they are thinking about it. I don't know. If I was PWD, I'd say, like, leave me be here at the moment. Let me see if I can put any points on the board. Let me see what I can do. For now, he's going to back himself in the corner. It'd be worth noting with the new update that's coming, like, the guys are going to be able to lift up and boost people up to sort of these unplayable areas. So positions like this, very different to play, because yes, you can defend the stairs up as all as you want, but on the next update, you can do that boost up. So people are going to be able to climb these railings.
I'm really excited to see the positions the players get themselves in with that team-based vaulting. Yeah. Like, it could be really fun, because obviously the emergency pickup can get you in a lot of positions, but this is just an easier way to do it. PWD is just creating a complete smoke wall as the blue zone nade will spread out. You can first aid your way through it, though, because there's only one of them, not two. Look, Sergey did a lot of damage, but not enough to get a knock. But Elska certainly does. PWD will fall, and that leaves it to Nabat and Habako. And look, Nabat's not in the great position. He's got an M16 and a shotgun. That's what Nabat has to work with, and a level 1 helmet. Zrendes, though, will get the knock on to Expo as the third-party action comes through. I spoke about the M16, and it does a little bit of damage off into the distance. Habako dancing his way around this ridge line, but a very, very tough spot to be in, because the Sauna Boys have taken control of the high ground, and you can see both teams are trying to angle onto each other. Oh, Mark, this is a fun fight, as is the Game and Gladiators one that's currently going on between We Live Again.
It's difficult fighters. This is really aggressive fighting for terrain. Let's stay back with the other one though. The lost one. Shotgun, maybe you don't want to get close to that. They do get down to the final player here. He's a strong contender. Right behind it though. Wants to keep his head down here, and the sort of boys making the push forwards. It's going to be end up. Football Swords, we've got 18th place. This phase number one's not even touched yet. We're getting fighting on the outside. How versus the Mad Bulls. Looks like How have lost one as well. How really struggled to keep 4 up actually, arguably most of the games. And they put a point on the board themselves. Twisted Minds come over. 99C, they're going to come over on a boat as well. Looks like QM going for that E pickup as well. They do have a team lurking. I think they're going to get this just in time. I can't imagine Foot Esports getting close enough. It looks like they've diverted as well. They might just be going for the boats. Yeah, Gibson, if you was a team here and you're late to the zone, surely you'd go sit on that sort of top side. You'd go sit on that north and maybe wait if you've got an E pickup in your back pocket. Have some of these teams maybe popped it too soon?
Some of the teams will have popped it very early, and I think they might get rewarded. Again, it's the butterfly effect. Like, those things that we're saying are great decisions early, Mark, could be a terrible decision in hindsight if this does go north. But I think we had some teams that might have wanted to pop the pickup but couldn't, because remember, there's a limited quantity of how many you're allowed to pop every single phase, just like when it comes to those drops. Millman will deal with what's left of We Live Again. Yeah, Mark, you gotta be smart, because sometimes you can leave it too late to pop the pickup and then you can't use it at all. So timing is everything when it comes to these decisions.
Yeah, QM popped it and they actually dropped early. They went back towards that west-hand side. Everyone else, apart from the teams outside the zone, are sitting pretty much on that east. Oh, coming at the bottom side here. We are going to see a fight now for the bridge, as Foot Esports already there. Full of die. Jetrox is going to be confirmed out, and our winners are strong winners. So from our last game, and 2 chicken winner chicken dinner champions, down to a 3, and they get diverted north again back to the main island.
Yeah, that zone getting very close to closing up now, just 55 seconds away from that point. Fellas getting very close now to where that Howl fight was been going on for the last while. Molodoc will fall for Mad Bulls. Ruern doing a lot of damage. But they gotta be careful, because I don't think... Well, they know now that the fellas are pushing, because Rostenmar was going to go for the crash, but Michael manages to wipe out what was left of the Mad Bulls. 30 seconds now till phase 2 pops, and Howl have really been in the wars in the early stages so far. They lost 1, but they've got 3 kills, and, you know, having spoken to players, Mark, that's not a bad ratio. You know, if you're getting 3 kills for every 1 player that you lose, 9 points a game is more than enough.
Yep, definitely is more than enough. Public transport though might not be more than enough though. 990 going to try and hold out here. So Perfectix though refusing to allow this. Sancho, I suppose, is the driving force to try and hold. Perfectix is being left alone. Navi on the third party. Nate goes over. He does actually catch on there. Does it actually hold? Oh, it got a little bit further afield. I'm worried that was going to roll down to Perfectix, because he has to take the opportunity now to jump out. Sancho is down. The Navy Seals and Twisted Minds are pushing forward. And 990, they're on the back burn up. They've been caught up again. See what plays they can do. Plays Peekaboo around the outside example though, pushed his way forward, and Diffix says no more. If nothing else, Twisted Minds now know the next team that's on the contention rate for them, they now have to try and deal with Navi.
And that's not a scenario where Twisted Minds are like, oh, thanks Navi for the assist. They're like, no, that was a point that we were going to get. You know, there's sometimes you get that assist a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. Sheesh. They've got Exalt arriving into this dip on the hill, which is a really powerful position to play, but you can see the trouble that they're going to find as they rotate in, because Question Mark take down some of those Exalt players, and they will send it down the ridgeline. Yeah, a little flip for the taxi. The Dacia lands back on all 4s. But Mark, where do you play? Because that phase 2, that's a nasty phase. Like, do you see how much water is in that circle?
Insane.
Like, that's nuts.
It's gone so far back over. And again, we still remain on the top side. If you was a team holding that top, you could have moved your way, wiggled your way over, and still remaining not to come in. Foot not doing the same mistake that Exalt down, going for a full send in. They now try and stop, but they are really split here. Exalt down the bottom. Looks like Vard's chasing twisted question mark though, as the nades are coming over from field. First Vard though, right underneath the nose of question mark. He's going to play peekaboo. We know these ridges are very dangerous though, as he's waiting to see the player. There goes exposed head, but question mark get the initial shots on. T-Bone having to run backwards. Beamy got to put a med on as question mark now, trying to hold out, and Exalt take the opportunity while this fight's kicking up. They want to push forward back in towards zone.
Phil very rarely loses fights where he has the high ground in a 1 versus 1, and the rest of Foot now will push to get some revenge. Beamy, you can see moving, but T-Bone, Spyro with the arm. He'll peek, he spots out T-Bone. T-Bone, you got to be careful. 77 damage. And Spyro knows that that shot hit the mark. Johnny is the one that's going to get that from way off in the distances. Sheesh, and Shenzhen steals it away as Exalt. We have 3 teams shooting the same player, and that'll be Besto cleaned up by Itzy as they control the cliff line now. But you got Pod Samuel not too far away here either. It's very, very messy on the southwest section of the circle.
It's messy because of the zone, Gibson. You said it right. There's so much water that is in. Arguably, it's too much. We've got 13 teams. Yes, we've got more teams. We've only got 44 players left. It's not much hard cover. Novo maybe could squeeze them up one more team in How, being a bit cruel and stretching across the Novo. Pod got the hold. They're stopping any teams coming in this sort of southwest corner. We've got the height from the Sauna boys. She's right in below. They will be subject to a few nades shortly. As the Sauna boys opting not to stay high. They're cresting themselves over, kind of that default play. And Elska, primal for Sauna boys, he's going to find himself their capabilities of a complete freebie. And these nades, they seem to roll downhill.
Yeah, they've got all 4 players up as well, which is impressive when you consider the scenario they found themselves on that hot drop in the early stages. So Sauna boys definitely finishing the night strong. We've got Gaming Gladiators. They're looking to lock out the fellas as they'll come across the bridge in a few moments' time as well. And you'll see a lot of fights now, particularly when we get to officials, Mark, in a zone like this, because teams will start looking at how much playable terrain there is, the odds of them getting into it, and say, you know what, our best bet for points is to take on fights outside the circle. So we might see some of that happen in scrims, but in scrims as well, you might see teams just say, hey, let's actually try to get in to see what happens. You know, is it difficult to get into the circle? Is there blind spots that we could take advantage of to make our way into the zone? A lot of unplayable terrain. Phase 4 will go back, so these teams should have a pretty good idea of where the Phase 4 shift is going to go. But get eliminated in 13th place, as fellas will get themselves inside the zone. Mark, if you bring up the map again for a moment, right? Phase 4, it's going to go back towards that hill on the edge of Novo, right? That northwest side is where it'll go, because it is the landlock. So you're looking now at a lot of teams being pretty happy with the scenario they have. Exalt, though, they're battling with Sheesh, and that's happening on the southwest section of the circle. But here comes Hello My Bat from Win or Die, and Phil first wins another battle where a solo player pushed over the hill towards him.
Hey, you can't drop the ball on, can you? He spins so quickly and put the bullets down so effectively. Die going to be caught out. No kills at the moment, nowhere near the points just at the moment. 12 teams, 8 teams remaining is what we're looking for. We are seeing Exalt trying to make the push here from Sheesh. I think they're arguably trying to do what I think the Solar Boys should have done. Those nades would have caused raining effect down for them. The first one doesn't quite happen though, as Exalt do go down themselves. Final player left, and Sheesh able to come out of the hunker. And the bunker does provide question mark getting the offensive though, and they will start working their way back towards this kind of south to southwest, as they will want to store hold this flat section.
Yeah, they've got the knock. They know that the res is going off inside the smoke, but the blue zone will be doing a lot of damage too. A doozy is gone from the flank inside the blue. His footsteps reveal his position, but it don't matter. A doozy will get himself 2. There is the jammer pack completely depleted, but with the race against time, he gets it off just about, and he will get those kills confirmed as well. Look, a doozy makes big plays. It's what he does. He gets the 2 kills, and he timed that first aid to perfection. Fellas, they're going to push in towards the crates now as they are in around Novo. Michael getting some assistance. Look, I love this. It's a little bit too late, but the idea was to toss those smokes off for Michael to fall back, but Code Marco from Hoyle was able to find the knock of his own. And here's more smoke, so Michael's not just down and out yet.
No, I think the explosion, the black smoke of the car really stopped as well. And I think it lost Code Marco's ability to, where do you put that nade down? How will that sort of 2-1 split? It's really actually help him now, gives him an opportunity somewhere to go at least. They've got FaZe in the way as James will pick up Michael. Code Marco just going to have a look back this way now as the shots from the neighbouring compound taking points away. I think they're going to be a little bit disappointed. Every point is going to matter now. 11 teams with 35 players left. A doozy is down and out as Pods, who been a bit, I know they're under the plane, I know it's the stand-in for, but they've been really left alone in the southeast corner, an area which we see quite inhabited, especially like teams like Na'Vi. We know they've come over to the water. We know they've played very close towards that south edge before, but not this time. It's been left to Pods. Their antics. Let's see what they can do at the end here. Fellas need to get in. James, boys need to get in as well. It's very difficult. If you leave it too late, Gibson, you might not find yourself climbing yourself into these top spots.
You get a climb in the table. There's another point on the board for the Sauna boys. There's Fex getting a knock onto Fellas as well, down around Novo. But look at this. Na'Vi have got themselves a compound that you feel that Howl might feel is somewhere that they could take away. You've got question mark on the rotate again there, going past Sheesh this time around, and the further north they go, the closer they will get to the Sauna boys as well. Now, you got to be careful that you don't drive that car too far forward, because if it does, it'll go down the hill flip. And well, look, there's Elska. The Sauna boys get another kill on the board. 5 for Elska. And question mark just can't get a break. And that's a nice angle, isn't it, that he had onto that one. Look, I'm impressed by what Sauna boys are putting on tape.
Yeah, backwards and forwards all the time. As I would have liked to see them more aggressive, especially with Sheesh. They've allowed Sheesh to survive in their store there. Pod obviously moved their way around enough so to push our question mark team away. And Sauna boys, 8 kills. Just feel like I always see him in the kill feed at the moment. They've still got the high ground. Still got the position everyone really wants to take at the moment.
For how long, though? Like, this next phase could really go against them. Coming down the mountain is a very difficult thing to do sometimes. GG, they're playing on the road just to the north of this position as well. That provide them plenty of cover in the time being. Sheesh on the other side of the ridgeline, so Elska can't quite get those shots off. Spyro in a salvage job for his team to try and get as many points as you can. We're about 13, 12 seconds away from the next shift, and something's got to give here on the edge of the zone, Mark. You got Na'Vi, you got FaZe, you got Howl, you got Fellas, all bunched together in this tiny ridgeline on the edge of Novo, and the zone goes away, and well, something is definitely given, because nobody is in a good spot after that zone shift, and everybody's got to get on their move.
Is there a good spot here? This is a complete hill descent down. There's not even the little bowls that we see people play. GG go forward, and Levante, he's got leg day today as he pedal his way up side by side by the cars. GG's are getting out pedaled their way in. Maybe Shack to play, maybe the bowls will play, whatever it's going to be. Backflip. It's going to be difficult. We're going to lose a lot of teams. We're going to lose them quite quickly. I'm going to apologize now because I've got no idea which fight is going to kick up first. I kind of expect the How, Na'Vi, and FaZe. FaZe, as I said before, very controlled recently, and this feels like a control style zone for FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe not quite hit the heights that they have in scrims lately. Tonight, they've been one of the most exciting teams to watch over the course of the last week or so. Oh my god, you got to be careful, James. You got a snake in the grass right beside you. A second player's going to run past, and the second one will get taken down by Ferris. James is going to fall. Gustav takes a bit of damage as well. Ferris hits empty on the clip and empty on the HP as he will get taken down. Fex finishing off what Gustav started. Na'Vi getting picked apart now. Here come Howl making their way out of the blue. 1 player down, 2 alive, but Hakatori with a brilliant nade into the smoke will find that knocks. A Ruin will not get rezzed. Marco will fall. Quetpa steps up, and Na'Vi will manage to pick up all those points. But FaZe now will get onto the ridgeline, stare down. Look at what's going on. Twisted Minds and FaZe can completely lock out Na'Vi now.
I can't see FaZe doing it. I don't think they've got the intel above them, so I don't think they're going to risk it. Twisted Mind's 100%. It's the play that they've got outside.
They're doing it.
Arguably, big shout. I didn't think Na'Vi were going to get that res. They did as well. Perfect is going to go one way. The smoke wall goes down. Na'Vi are picking their way, and it's going to be more of a south approach. Do roll downhill. Let's stay with Na'Vi now. Send that smoke that's drawing the attention here. What he doesn't know is they've now got Batolin's example playing the other way. The Jammer Pack's going to keep him alive. 4 HP. Big Nader comes in. Perfectix picks up 2. And Diffix is now the final player. He's going to push his way towards FaZe. The hill climb here will actually deny FaZe the opportunity to see him until he gets a little bit closer, or they'll play out towards the blue. I actually think Perfectix might be able to pick him up if they get the shots in, but I think he's already passed the crest. He has.
I like how Perfectix for Valentine's Day has changed the name to Perfect Kiss, by the way. For everybody at home, in case people were wondering. You know, we're getting very close. Make sure to send Mark flyers. He'd love some for Christmas, says Gustav. Not for Christmas, but for Valentine's Day.
Love it. Mark Power Valentine's Day. That doesn't quite work, mate. Mark Power Kiss. Nah, you don't want any of them, mate. Last one that happened, I got married. Jeez.
That's the last time you got a kiss was your wedding day.
Oh, no, mate. No, my wife's all right.
Been a while, mate.
I live in Essex, mate. I live in Essex, mate. There's nothing wrong there. Trust me.
Fex doing some damage onto Johnny, who will dip down into the bowl. But again, this is all outside the zone. We've also got Scav and the rest of the Sauna boys making their way into the circle. But that, oh my god, that is a laser. Perfect. That is a laser. Pinpoint accuracy from Johnny. Sergey will fall, and you just feel like that could be the end of the Sauna boys into this lobby. FaZe now making their way across the top of the hill as well. Fex will likely get an angle onto this one. Samalet doing some damage here too, but look at that. Look at the cover from Sheesh as Pin will get taken down by Hockey and Corexy. Getting closer and closer. Fex does take down Sergey. Scav is inside the bowl as well. Fex will toss the mollies in. There's 1, there's 2. Scav will light into flames. And surely, come on, Fex. Surely you see, there you go. This time you spotted him out. Put that nade off into the distance, and now you shoot in the bowl towards Sheesh. This is great from FaZe. I like how aggressive they're being.
Yeah, same. They are making the push forward. 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 2. 2 are DB now down to a 1. Do you know what? Big shout here. Janny has really impressed me today so far. Even if they get the win out of this one, like Janny he's just there all the time. He seems to be putting kills on the board all the time. So yeah, big shout, Johnny. GG's, mate. Good to see you flying on all cylinders at the moment.
Sheesh are a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
No, they're fun to watch. They might not win the most chicken dinners every night, but they're no strangers to action, and there's no fear when it comes to whatever team they're fighting. But it's Twisted Minds, Pod Samalet, and Sheesh battling for this chicken dinner. Pod Samalet have the southwest section of the circle on lockdown. You feel like Twisted Minds could be the team that are a little bit of, that are the worst off between them and Pod Samalet, because I'm looking at where Sheesh are going to go. Realistically, Sheesh might try to send it across the road towards Twisted Minds, and if that happens, that'll play into Pod Samalet's pocket perfectly.
Yeah, this should quieten down right now. This should be, I'd say, a controlled ending. Twisted Minds fought their way up from the bottle in the trenches. They beached the pier, or the public transport, should we say, of Novo. Sheesh have been in that bowl for some time. Twisted Minds picked up 7. Pod been kind of left to their own devices for a while, but with a 4 versus 4 versus 3. It's a good style ending. Phase number 6, will we see it maybe go the way? I kind of expect it. We might see the end dot come into play. All teams are in presenting, might try and stop Sheesh a little bit, but Twisted Minds don't need to push Pod right now, do they?
No, they definitely don't. Twisted Minds just got to hold the high ground, or hold this ground that they have, and wait to see what happens with Sheesh. You can see the position Sheesh are in. They've got to step up over a ridgeline and make a very difficult passing. They've used a lot of utility already in that gunfight that they had with FaZe, in that gunfight that they had with the Sauna boys. It's just a very unenviable position to be in. The likelihood is they'll be the next team to fall, because Pod Samalet, they're in no rush to take on Twisted Minds here either, right? They're both just waiting to see which direction Sheesh go, and then they'll turn their attention to each other.
Yeah. Sheesh, unfortunately, run out for zone, have they? We've got a car. We'll put the smokes out. That would allow the car to get up. It's going to be struck with a bit of momentum. If they've got any more U2 left, Twisted Minds will be ready, but I think they'll be ready on the shots. Battalions having to go back, though. There's one, there's two. Battalions leading the way. Hawkey's the final player. Goes up towards the blue. He's going to do the damage. Hawkey does get Battalions back. Now, he goes down towards zone, but it does mean it's a 4 versus 3. There's one DBNO. Pod identified this, and they are now closing in. Pod waited their time. 8 kills for a team that's been quite quiet is very, very good. They need to figure out exactly where this knock is, though. Lots of decoy smokes came out from Twisted Minds.
No faffing about whatsoever. They saw the knock and they got on the go. They know that even if Twisted Minds get this res off, that the player will be low for a little bit of a moment. Pod Samale taking control of the center of the zone. Smoking out is Twisted Minds to try buy themselves some time. They've got the 4 players back on their feet, but in doing so, they have taken the low ground. The high ground is being held by Pod Samale. And look at the way they've spread out, right? Presente's watching the road. You've got Rocks watching the south. And then you've got 2 players in the center playing shoulder to shoulder. Really just trying to work out what way Twisted Minds want to go. The difference maker, though, could be that FAMAS with a level 3 gear. Because that thing, yes, the clip empties pretty quickly. But there's 0 recoil. The bullets come fast. And they hit hard.
A7, Pod have hit the spread. You're right, Presenti holding a real wide angle. I think Perfectix and Battalion is going to isolate him. Dante's in a dangerous spot, and actually Rocks might be caught with the zone shift coming back towards him. Just in minds now, pretty tight. They've got to move forward. I don't know how much more U2 they've got left to burn, but only one more zone to go. 4 versus 4 again, bit of a powerhouse at the end. Pod need it, I'd say, arguably more than Twisted Minds on the leaderboard for the scrim. But as we get closer and closer, the curvature of the Nova Hills will actually take effect. As these teams will start seeing the little heads. What's Twisted Minds got? We've got 1 smoke, 3, 4, got 6. And what's Pod got? Nothing. 1, 2, 6 as well.
Curious one, isn't it? It's not a lot of util between the 2 teams.
No, it's not. I think it's going to be a good ending, actually. I think it's going to be aggressive. It's going to be very fast. If you're Twisted Minds, my logic is stack on the east. Use the ridgeline to your advantage. You isolate Presenti out. You know it's potentially a 4 on 3, or if you do Perfectix, maybe with a hold, maybe try and catch Presenti running back across. I think Twisted Minds, they're the team that's got to make the push, right?
Yeah, they're fishing for knocks at the minute, right? They're not over peaking, but they're trying to see if they can get 1 knock. You get that 1 knock, you play off it. Battalions, here's the shot. Hit the UAZ is like, okay. There's at least 1 player there. There's 2 bullets fired, so there's probably 2 members of Pod Samale off in this distance. There's another UAZ being pulled a little bit further forward. Battalions now will move. And the reason why they're doing this is it's cover, right? You move these UAZs, it gives you some mobile cover to play with. And at the same time, it means that if you need to full send it towards a knock, or if you get a knock, you can do so. But it's tense, right? This is really tense because Pod Samale, they're not getting aggressive because they know they don't have to. And Twisted Minds, they're not getting aggressive yet because there's no real need for them to either. But the problem that they have is the center of the zone is being controlled by Dante, and they're the team that need to be... What's that? He's about 1.5 meters, 2 meters away from exact center?
It's like there.
Yeah.
It's about here, the center, give or take.
Yep.
Hasn't tried to move. Sorry, Dante. Sorry, the center's about there. The Presenti, nice move with the car. You mentioned the car. That's going to give him some cover as well. He's got a ridge to play also, so he's not going to have to sort of disengage. They've isolated the one. Twisted Minds, they pounced. They're ready to go. And here we go. They're down to a 2. He went quick. There's 1 back, though. Dante able to get 1, but the shots come back through. Perfectix, though, causing the damage. He's pinned. Let's see what he can do at the end. There's 1, but unable to go forward. It's a winner-winner chicken dinner. Twisted Minds get some knocks. We do see Dante get 1 back, but it's a 24-point game, and it was over in a blink of an eye.
They shouldn't have won that, but they did. We have seen some big wins tonight. We've seen 15 kills, 14 kills, 11 kills. The team's getting momentum, building on it. And, you know, Twisted Minds showed again why they're such a team. There's so much fear when it comes to fighting them because they had no right to win that. But once they got the first knock, They put the pedal to the metal and they took the win. I'm excited to see what Twisted Minds can do over the course of this year. But Mark, that's fortunately for the broadcast, that's the last map that I'll be able to join you for tonight.
Yep, you've got to shoot. We've got one more to go, though. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, though, we'll be back on our final map. But for now, give this man a follow, and I'll see all you guys and girls very shortly.
Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, they broke the mold. Give you some more.
Damn, look at that, that broke the mold. Give you some more, make you overdose. Damn, look at that, that broke the mold. Give you some more.
Real bad, listen, got it like that. Got it like that. Got it like that. Real bad, listen, got it like that. Got it like that. Got it like that.
They broke the mold.
Tell me how to the place I wanna be.
Let's go. It's our final game. Fortunately, the amazing Gibson cast has already gone. He's left the building. Hopefully everyone has been enjoying things so far. And as we go into our sort of final game this evening, the flight path, though, is a southeast up towards a west. And again, a very difficult flight path for a lot of these teams now to figure out exactly how they are going to get in. Here goes our coaches. Navi, go for the normal one. Interestingly, the fellas, though, this time don't go for the extension towards Saverni, and they are going to be going towards a military, hoping for that military island again. Question mark able to get their drop zone this time. Looks like we got the marbles. They go quite late. Normal drop zones for most of us. Shisto will go for Chinky, no formulation. Formulation gaming. Yeah, foot normal. Rule diagon extend north. Navi normal. Phase normal. WLA normal. GG's normal. Exalt normal. Question mark normal. Fellas on the slightly alt. Vorpal sword normal drop zone. Plane is done. Dusty leaderboard though as it stands. It's pretty close at the top. We are going military. Going to go the other side this time. That's why fellas jumped this way. But on the leaderboard though, as you can see, Will Dice in the top, 55 points for them. 53 though for Twisted Minds. There's a gap between first and second though, and question mark will hit 37 points. Navi also show up with 37 points. But I believe the damage is done the other way around. Also the placements are better for question mark. Shisto are there. Sauna Boys having a good day, 35-35. Got a couple of 30s, 130. And then on the other side of the leaderboard, though, we've got a few 20s, GG's, Exalt, and How, and the Marbles, 9IC, and Solo. Obviously, there's only 16 slots, though, on the leaderboard. That's why we don't see the others. But after Solo, it does go to Fellas. They're on 15 points. Vorpal Sword are on 11. Now, the Fellas and Vorpal Sword are in the zone. Maybe it's their zone to be had, and it's their game to close up. Exalt, though, this time, they are going for the early rotate. I think they're opting not to get caught out like they did last time. They'll go pretty early now, but they got the fellas in front of him. Interesting what Michael does. He will try and hold out. More teams are all going to work their way in. So the other teams, let's have a look here. There's no other real style of hold. Fellas though are getting caught out. You know, he's getting chased here. One more shot. It's not a bolty. It's going to get a connection. Michael is ready to go. Shots do happen. Kino Brady driving his way down. We had to tighten his well back up to Rustamar, but Vorpal Sword, look, PWD have come over this neck of the woods as well. He knows this is going to be a bit of a hotbed. So he kind of tries to parkour his way up. He does get up there in time. He can continue jumping. We'll come back to that at the moment. Exalt not pushing. They've gone back down to the coast. Aram is will hold the top. And oh my god, look at the other side though. FaZe went for the bridge early. WLA sits themselves though in the middle. I saw he's down. They are trying to push forward. Sad though is alive. Not able to get the first. Gustav though on the other side. He's causing damage. Now don't forget Corexy and James is down. So need to be cautious. As the boys still got to try and work in. Get the little tippy toes. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the reses. James and Rex actually arguably they're in a resable position as long as they stop the push. They've got to stop the push. They've got to be cautious though. The push though is coming the other way. How I'm trying to play down. Look though tries to go for seat swap. You can't do that with FaZe Fex on hand. Grenade back, he knows. There's more coming though. He's going to go for the long distance though. Just go over the top. I don't know. He's going to go short. Marker's a bit further away. That will be a full burn. He's going to deny information. Does do it. Now we are seeing, is it Nordskift? Is he trying to go? Is he trying to push forward? They can hear the car. Need to be cautious though. Gustav is going to get isolated here. Let's see what he can do. Takes down to a 1. He goes down. Now it's down to Fex. FaZe their normal area. WLA sitting firm. And Scuba Steve. That's going to be Fex this time. He's going to get himself down and out. If he's going to just deny points completely. He's going for a complete swim out now. And Maples, they've already gone. Lots of early action already. Which might want to look like they want to come over here. I think Fex will drown out. That's going to be him down. Refusing to give the points away and all the gear. How will be there. WA again continue to go. Navi rotate early. They're okay. They should be alright in that location. Been aggressive games though, right? It's been pretty hyped. So I look at some of the player stats. I'm not even keeping the player stats up to date there though, but Leos though, 12 kills. Who's the highest killer? I don't think it's him. No, Leos is 12. Hell of my bad's on 12. 24 points alone for Win or Die. Have been put on from a kills. Akatori's 11 though. Perfectic's 11. 10 for Spyro. Oscar, he's got 10. Again, high killing game. Very aggressive game. Those teams now work their way. 16 teams, back to normal. 61 players. We lost a few. We are 6 minutes on the board. Win or Die need to get rotated themselves. Solo looks like they might be tied up for an E pickup. Foot going to work their way in. 990C. They're going to take the boat rotate or the boat tape. This time they're going to take it on that west hand side. Question mark doing the same. They're going to go for an E pickup this time. Same as before. They go arguably early again. They're not going to take any blue damage. They're going to move the way over. I wonder if they're going to drop early again like they did last time. This zone does kind of favour that. And well in the end. So we're arguably being quite aggressive on that other side. Looking to climb that leaderboard. So drop though, in between. Having a look at it. I suppose you send it into military, right? You stand the better chance to get in. Purple side are split on a 2-2. Pod now work their way over. Foot arrive. Here comes the boat tape. Navi do chunk away at the zone. You see a doozy here. This is in his eyes, so he's looking round. He's looking over, trying to figure out exactly where players are, where cars are. They do go late. They are going down. Got teams right underneath, and WLA do arrive. They are unfortunately going to land straight on top. C block is also not taken. Melman is here, but he's not looking out the windows. Bante is though. Doozy takes 2 hits in, but they would get boots on the ground. So Melman now knows he's got neighbours. Not more teams down in sort of south to southwest area. Now we are, but all Ukraine they are, yes. They are. Arguably doing really well as well. No stuff up. Are okay. Seeing interesting ones putting their cars in their containers. Going to take a wider berth now. They're going to rotate round to Novo, use the cars to come in. Actually, battalions might have fallen off, so there's a crazy loop. To extract out battalions. She's going to allow the seat. The rest of the teams a little bit more of a spread. I think compared to that last game, we had a lot of water remaining in. Really forced teams into areas earlier on. This one's a little bit more quieter. I suppose we lost a couple of teams early. Pretty sports though. One of the last to arrive now. They do work over. They also go for that sort of wide west approach. T-Bone leading the charge. I like one thing you always worth watching with Foot, how close to cars they rotate. They kind of would exchange out pretty well actually. Working their way down. Just in mind, so they lost 2. Must have missed a kill feed. So they're down. Let's do arrive. Code Marco's looking for that now. Looks like our solo team are also arriving. Spectators blip. Don't have any pickup. They're going to follow the same path though that Novo, the Twisted Minds boys have. And here come I Win or Die. Late to the bridge. Won't be late to the party. There's a lot of exposed damage, wreckage from that final one. And hello, my bad. It's going to put up though, and hear the shots, hear the wreckage, and go. People still remaining. Good day for the win. And Die boys and Twisted Mind so far. One of them break the deadlock with the 3rd win. Or would a totally different team pick up the win in the finals? Great question. Well, Twisted Minds have lost 2 by the time I read this. You guys should be about starting. We are 10 minutes into the game. Only a 10-minute delay. I kind of like a 10-minute delay. I don't mind a 10-minute. It allows me a bit more time to keep an eye on chat. So with a 20-minute delay, it's a little bit different. I mean, RP going to get chipped in on the board. So they're pushing forward. Those one of the boys don't want to allow it. Ferris has to go and take himself to the stomach. He did, yeah. Hakatori. Oh, huge off angle from Hakatori, and arguably saves today. Doesn't save the boys. Navi down to a 3. These teams now arguing and fighting for position though. Arrow trying to dodge, duck and dive. Now I see arrive. Gonna take this off the high ground off of him. Michael down to a 1-shot. Zone shifts though back towards that north. Michael be cautious though. Exalt take the compound they were falling back to. They make their push out. They get picked up and the fella's in a bad spot. Foot go back slightly. Sheesh will be happy. Vorpal sword the same as they now leave. Question mark. WLA, they're going to be happy. They're still sitting firm. Michael gets him head on. He's going to go past pretty spent here. Let's go round. Can take that position back away. Vorpal sword. Allow him just to kind of stop, pause, and get going. The way on the other side. Twisted Minds feet down to their final player. Perfectix. Or Perfect Kiss. He's make his way now in towards the zone. So is over. So I don't think they're getting picked up by how. Code Marco's been shooting people up here. We're going Code Marco. Let's go. Marco. So close he can. Look for another one. Oh my. Disgusting behaviour. Spins down. Vega is there. They want to turn around. Oh no. Perfectix is there. How out. One apiece. Leosh is down. I wonder if Perfectus is going to be able to pick him up. Win or die. If they know they're not going to be able to res him. They've gone as well. That's the team's bit jumping the map. Sorry guys, I didn't really jump on the map. That's the guys a bit further in. Let's have a look though. See teams rotating. What does it mean to the leaderboards? Obviously win or die. Now going back for their boy. And, I suppose opportunities. Only phase 2. Able to get their res on, get going. Twisted Minds down to a 1. 53 for them. Question mark. No, they're still in third. They've still got 4 strong. They find themselves in the heart of military. Navi, they lost one as well. Sheesh, not too bad. And arguably, if it's going to bounce back their way, they're going to be in a strong position for this next zone. We should lose the water. The question is, at what point? And so let's go Sheesh. There we go. It does go towards Sheesh. And that next shift back, that 4 shift, we back towards them. So Sheesh just need to make a decision. They've got this kind of like 2-1-1 split. I'd like to perceive maybe a 2-2. Jedrix needs to maybe put himself back. He does have a crucial job trying to hold any teams rotating back in on this south side. So the boys, unfortunately, are out. Pod looking good as well. WLA need to rotate themselves in. Phase already gone out. Foot are here as well. GG's hold the outside edge. The Exalt also hold a 3-1 split. It's going to be this fight here. We are going to be tuning in for next because it seems like the fellas, they're going to try and rotate their way around. They're going to try and dodge as much as they can. Taking shots from 990C. They do go around Duncan, so miss part of Exalt. Be cautious, they blaze up outside the zone. Needs to be ready to wait. Fans continue to rotate in. Take a move from them. Have a look over the top of the hill. Not too far away, but Beamy and Vard is here to stay. They're actually going to turn the fellas completely. Let's rotate round. They're trying to use the cover, trying to use their hills. They're dodging the terrain, danger terrain, which those compounds. And lose 1 tire, but they get themselves in. I wouldn't be too surprised either take the little dip here or maybe turn right and hit that bunker. Looks like it's going to be a dip. Twisted Mind's going to come in on the E pickup. Still a 2-2 split here. And Dante now seeing Vorpal Sword pretty close. It's not going to be enough. He's actually going back down. Win or die. One kill. Now with Solo in sight. Need to get in. Solo not in. GG going to come on that third party angle as well. Very, very scrappy. Here we go. Again, this is a push. Win or die. Oops, I spelled wrist on my right. Sorry, guys. Quick type because I was ready to go for this one. So, oh, one of my bads. He's looking strong at the moment, guys. Surely they should crash this, right? No, it's outside the zone, but can't allow Scooby-Doo. Let's get the res. We have to potentially help. Here comes Leosh, though. Let's get the re-knock. Trying to catch some of the guys with the nades out. He goes down. Tokyo Flex, the final player. He's gone up, and there's some more kills on the board. Like, you know I'm slightly biased for Wizards going to die because it's the logo that I made for them. I still think they need to get a pro mode logo made. They can't be relying on me, right? But it's, they are looking good. Oh. More teams going down. WA working away. And Vaku is down as well. Nortgif just arrived on the other side. So on that drive by, and he slowly comes down. Dante down to a one shot. It's going to go down for them. Question mark, kind of been left to their own devices. They don't leave. They actually leave military quite late. The rest of the teams have already gone. 990C onto their final player, and Blazer is here. Wait for the push though. Duncan up and over the top. Vanisto should be firsting out. He's going to try and hold the off angle here. Phase number 4. It's going to hit just a little bit too hard. Shots go through. Exalt take a burst of fire. Actually runs, does get caught. No flush out. Looking for the wider fire. Goes for the second one now. Art goes down. That's a confirm on the board. Now he's going to go for a med, and Duncan will make it happen. The spray does go in. I think they're going to lose one. And Doozy looking to try and finish it off, but he can't quite get there himself. Pod retreat back. Just in mind, still looking good. And unfortunately here, win or die. I think they're getting zoned slightly. Phase number 4. It's going to hurt just a bit. Kind of my bad. I think it's going to be down and out. Actually, is he in cover? Oh, but he's gone for they're going for the res. What a hero's res. Get him in the car. Boys, he got it. Win or die. Win or die by a team, right? Be difficult for them though. Because Pod angles and put a tab rock up. There's no crash just yet. Kino still surviving now and doing a bit of damage, a bit of just desserts back towards Exalt. The OG bridges were brutal for bridge camps. They were. Actually, I do miss. I think one bridge should have maybe a road, and one should have a road and a footbridge maybe. I can't see win or die. In the chicken dinner again. My bad's down. We are going to be looking like we're going to get a new team on the contender. This is a quick game as well. 9 teams now, 27 left alive. Phase number 4 is game number 6. Our final game today is best of 6 though. Perfect Existor here. Is he in that? He's in that crazy little spot. We saw PWD play, so he won't be seen as clean. GG. Working away and slowly. No kills for them. Uber. Right, low down. Gosh. Store there. 24 meds. You can live here for about 10 minutes. It'd be alright. He'd be fine. I'd need to move. He's gonna med he's gonna med. What a dream! Let's see. He definitely can't see Dante. So with Pod not gonna move up into the hill. So they're either gonna come under the bridge. Might find Perfect to come alive then. People are still waiting, still watching. Wait for another team member to come in. Nothing just yet. So need to get shifted. They got a car. Sheesh. I said before, they're in a good compound. That phase 4 shift is always going to come back to them. Now, phase 5 onwards will be slightly different. They might want to try and climb the hill, but they don't want to do it too soon. Question mark needs to come in from behind. We are going to see teams like Vorpal Sword losing an element of their area. It's going to be down to sort of rotation timing. Question mark going for a wide wrap. I think they've seen GG. try and get to the base of their hill without taking too much damage. They're able to do so. Untitled will levitate an aid straight down 2 bunny hops, and it makes it pretty much pinpoint into the middle of the 2, but they do spread. GG gets some shots. We do see Sheesh get Exalt. GG gets not just 1 but 2, and Exalt do go down. She's able to clear. Besto is on the front line. Spyro far behind. He is arriving now. He's on the pedal bike, so don't give him any stick for that. Besto right there. P90. Got to dodge these mollies. Got to dodge GG's fight. Melman taking some shots back. Uber coming back on his side. That's going to allow Winner Dry the opportunity to come back. Levante looks good as he puts down Spyro and is down towards Best. Question mark. Right in the mix. Besto with that P90 able to fight this one out though, but not for any longer. 8th place though for Question mark. They look good today. They looked a lot stronger. The dust of the off season's gone. Let's see what they can continue to do. Vorpal Sword in the bowl. Very difficult area to hold. Not a lot of cover. GG will provide a lot of pressure now towards them. I think he's right there as well. I think he's waiting for the guys down to cross over. Leosh though, 15 meds. Still working his way in. Compound's there. Perfectix. His foot. Is he going to see? Oh, he's turned around. Does Vard see him? Vard hasn't seen him yet either. Actually there. Anyway, back towards the fight. GG. Getting pinked on both sides. GG do go down. Pod pick up 1. Vorpal Sword pick up the other 3. And take on a 3-pack himself. He's going to go wide. Now getting reinforcements. Going out to the blue to work their way back in. They want to get the exposed angle. Vorpal Sword eager to try and take this one on. He'll be cautious himself, to be fair. But shot that save. Doesn't quite get the connection need. And here comes the mortar fire. It's going to be dangerous though. He's able to dodge it. Dodge and duck and dive. Lost another one. Still looking to try and pick. Sheesh now taking the opportunity to leave their compounds. And, Hawkeye get a med on. Nice cover from smoke. They've dealt with the fight from behind. And now to push forward. This is the danger. Vorpal Sword in this bowl. Now they can play out. It does allow potentially Pod to take the fight with Sheesh. Sheesh will try to get as close as they can towards Vorpal Sword. Still working its way down. Laser unfortunately goes down. It's Nabat who's the final 2 for them. Layosh is still alive. Layosh is still alive. And unfortunately we do see Perfectix has gone. Oh, it's gone really head to head. He's pretty close. She's trying to get their way around. They're trying to pin their way through. Orky's down. Janny's down. That should be a quick couple of kills on the board. But he does get swiped at the end of it though. Eventually down and out. Pod. They got 4. 1's DBNO. They got 4. 1's DBNO. Vard with a big nade over the top. They're going to try and split it as they go through the middle. Run them over though. Dante pick up 1. They're going to try and deal it. He goes for the seat swap. T-Bone one side, Vard the other side. Win or die, still alive. Maybe Win or die can get the chicken dinner at the end. Dante looking for the shot. He sees edging the outside. He's going to get caught himself. AW on his back pocket. For the final players though, Sheesh though. Oh, Drenty picks him up. Jeez, everyone is split. It's like a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1 technically on the zones. Pod go down. Foot got the opportunity maybe now to get these reses back on. They've got to be close. Beamy is calling his way back. Layosh though is now coming alive as he's going to spread it, and there we go. Oh my god, it's a 2 versus 1. Layosh, the 25 med man. Get yourself in, lads! No! Jedrix is coming. Get up as quick as you can. They're coming. Oh, no. Oh, I love you, Sheesh. You've done what you deserved it today. 9 kills, 19-point game. A little bit of me wanted to Layosh win or tie win. I will take it. What a game at the end. Sheesh will close it out. Had the position, though, for quite some time. And do you know what? The position sometimes will win out. They played it well. They got the winner chicken dinner at the end. And that winner chicken dinner will result in our final game, though, this evening. Oof, spicy. Thank you very much, everyone that jumped in. Thank you very much for everyone. Mr. Gibson, Carstone Gibson. If you haven't already, give him a follow. He's amazing. He's a great caster. He does cover EU, but very much well known in the NA side of PUBG. So, outstanding Irish accent. Just come and listen to him, mate. You know he's got the best accent in PUBG. Thank you very much for PUBG. I got sent my Rondo box. It's outstanding. I love it. It's amazing. It's got some cool stuff in it as well, umbrellas and key rings and stuff. I'm going to do a video on it as well. I think this is actually really, really good. They actually do provide some really good. I think as a game, they provide some of the best stuff out there for their content creators. And I think a lot of stuff you can buy as well. So I know the skateboard went on sale, the Destined skateboarder, which I've got down there as well. So I'll do a little video on that one. Talk about videos though. If you haven't already, give us a follow on YouTube. Big shout out to my YouTube people. Thank you for the love, the sharing out, and showing the love across your connections. I do want to again grow PUBG PC on live streaming on YouTube. Don't see it as much. We've seen PUBG Mobile load, so it's a goal of mine personally for this year to continue doing that. So every stream I'm going to have both. I will be honest though, I do struggle because with YouTube you can pause it. So I don't know when you say GG's what you're referring to, because unlike Twitch, if you pause it and you come back, it'll just skip to live every single time. So here is a massive advantage for you as a viewer. On YouTube, you can pause it and come back and view it anytime. Twitch, I can keep up with you guys in chat though. What we got going on this week? So I'm going to drop the Thursday. I've been told Divine wants a cast, so there's only one caster, unfortunately, that can do it per day. So Divine will be on the Thursday. I might go do something else for you guys, or I might just cast just on YouTube and do something slightly different. I've got a bit of video editing doing. Thank you for the team that I have been working on yesterday to do some video editing. The Formulation Gaming is going to be that team. More information will drop out on social medias. The idea, the concept of this video is really to, I've got a Fuzzface and Intense, I think, coming on interview, one or the other, I'm not quite sure. But yes, they recorded all their gameplay footage, so we saw where they dropped. It was all hot drops. We saw why they played certain buildings. They had some great off angles, and the team's comms outstanding. It is a scrim, so take some of the stuff with a pinch of salt in the sense of the gameplay they're playing. But I think it's good insight into actually how teams think, and I can only give you so much insight. I'm a caster. I do desk. I do analyst. The pros really know how it is. So this, like, the gear of this video is really to bring to you guys and girls as a viewership the ability to watch, break down why they take certain buildings, why they rotate a certain way, why they sacrifice players, why they make the pushes, etc., etc. So hopefully for that, I still need to figure out a name. I've got a couple in my head. Drop in the comments below. What do you think my series should be about the team? So let us know. Nothing rude. It's going to go on YouTube anyway. For those on YouTube, again, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone that has supported, like, subscribe. If you have joined, I put all the assets in for the new update. That's gone into my Discord. I've got some of the raw footage that'll be going into the Discord as well, so you'll be able to cut that down. But for now, thank you very much. Let's go raid someone. I'll see all you guys and girls same time, same place, same channels. That'll be tomorrow, and Gibson Cast is joining us again. So I'll see you guys, I suppose, same time, place tomorrow. Peace.
Welcome to the market. Seize the opportunity.
Market is the game changer.